You do not have to do anything with this, except let it play. Tonight, theories of consciousness can be something to follow closely, or something to let pass by while the room gets quieter. Either way, there is no rush. If you're listening tonight, you're not the only one. We'll begin with theories of consciousness, then let the details widen out slowly. Not as a lecture, more like a few careful notes left open on a desk. One bit of housekeeping, softly said. The screen is intentionally dim, the movement is slow, and the sound bed is kept low, so the details can drift rather than demand anything. This chapter focuses on consciousness. Consciousness is subjective awareness, the simple but slippery fact that experience is happening for someone. The word helps us separate a body that is merely active from a life that has an inner point of view. It gives philosophers, scientists, caregivers, and ordinary people a shared label for something we all use constantly, even when we cannot quite define it. A person can sort receipts at a kitchen table, hear a refrigerator hum, feel the dry edge of an envelope under one thumb, and notice a small irritation when the pen stops working. None of that sounds remarkable. In fact, its plainness is part of the puzzle. Consciousness is not only the grand moment of self-reflection, it is also the little felt texture of being here while the kettle clicks, the chair creaks, and a thought arrives before anyone invited it. The odd thing is that consciousness is both the most familiar fact in the world and one of the hardest to inspect. A brass ruler can measure a page. A thermometer can measure a fever. A stopwatch can measure the pause between a question and an answer. But awareness itself is not lying on the desk like a pair of reading glasses. We know it from the inside, which is useful for living and inconvenient for science. In plain daily language, we often use consciousness to mean being awake. Someone wakes when the alarm rings. Eyelids open. A hand finds the plastic button on the clock. The room becomes arranged again. Ceiling, blanket, phone, door. But wakefulness and consciousness do not match perfectly. A person can be awake in a dull, automatic way, brushing teeth while thinking of nothing in particular. Someone can also be dreaming, with eyes closed, and still experience a vivid street, a remembered voice, or the impossible logic of a staircase that changes direction. So a careful definition needs more than open eyes. Consciousness includes awareness of the world, awareness of the body, and sometimes awareness of awareness itself. That last layer is especially strange. You can hear rain on a window. Then you can notice that you are hearing rain. Then, if the evening is especially thoughtful, you can notice yourself noticing. At that point, the mind has begun folding back on itself, like a paper map refolded along an old crease. What I find interesting is how ordinary this folding can be. No special equipment is required. A chipped mug, a grocery list, a wool sleeve scratching the wrist, a half-remembered name hovering just out of reach. All of these can become small evidence that experience has a first-person side. The world does not simply occur, it appears. And it appears with a certain flavor, angle, pressure, and mood. This is why consciousness is difficult to define cleanly. It is not one single item, like the liver or the left shoe by the door. It is more like a family of related features. Perception belongs to it. So does attention. Memory often participates. Self-reflection sometimes appears, though not always. Emotion colors it, sometimes lightly, sometimes like ink dropped into water. A definition that includes everything becomes too wide. A definition that includes only careful thought becomes too narrow. The practical trade-off is familiar in science. To study a thing, one must make it measurable. But to make consciousness measurable, researchers often ask for reports. Press a button when you see the image. Say whether the sound was heard. Describe the color. Point to the shape. The input is a stimulus, perhaps a tone through headphones or a word on a screen. The process is whatever happens in the living mind and body. The output is a report, a movement, a timing mark on a computer file. The limitation is obvious and rather humbling. The report is not the experience itself. It is a receipt from the experience. Still, receipts matter. A laboratory notebook filled with reaction times, error rates, pencil marks, and brain scan images is not nothing. It gives researchers a way to compare cases. It gives clinicians cautious language for states where wakefulness, responsiveness, and awareness may come apart. It gives philosophers something firmer than armchair fog, though I have some affection for armchair fog when it is honestly labeled. Consciousness also matters because it changes the moral shape of a situation. A stone on a path may be useful, heavy, or beautiful, but few people worry about its private suffering. A sleeping dog twitching its paws on a rug invites a different kind of attention. A child recognizing herself in a mirror, touching a smudge on her own face rather than the glass, seems to show a new arrangement of self and image. That does not solve the problem, but it tells us why the problem is not merely technical. Awareness affects how beings matter to one another. Many traditions noticed this long before modern instruments existed. Buddhist meditation practices, for example, have often treated awareness as something that can be observed with patience. A breath felt at the nostrils, a thought arising, a sensation fading, the mind wandering and returning. This chapter is not yet about cultural theories in full, but the point is worth placing on the desk early. Human beings have been investigating consciousness, not only with electrodes and equations, but also with cushions, bells, disciplined attention, and long hours of noticing what the mind does when no one gives it a task. A plain desk at night offers a modest version of the same investigation. Scattered notes about the mind. A dull pencil leaving graphite dust along the side of the hand. A dictionary open to a word that seems to know less than we hoped. The definitions are tidy. Awareness, perception, wakefulness, self-knowledge. Yet the actual thing keeps exceeding the sentence. This is not a failure of dictionaries. Dictionaries are built for public use, and consciousness is partly private weather. One useful distinction is between contents and the field in which they appear. The contents are specific. The square of a window, the ache in a shoulder, the smell of paper, a memory of a train platform, the internal sound of a sentence forming. The field is the fact that all these things are present at all. We usually care about the contents. We want the lost key, the correct password, the name of the actor in that old film. But theories of consciousness begin by asking about the appearing itself. This question is easy to over-decorate. I prefer to keep it plain at the beginning. Consciousness is what makes pain painful. Blue look blue, music sound like something, and a thought feel as if it belongs somewhere in the first-person interior of life. We can argue later about mechanisms, networks, information, higher-order thoughts, and feedback loops. For now, the useful starting point is simply that experience has a point of view. That point of view is not always sharp. Fatigue blurs it. Habit narrows it. Attention moves like a small desk lamp over different papers, though the room contains more than the lit patch. A person reading the same paragraph 3 times may have wakefulness, vision, and language, but very little grasp of the words. Then, suddenly, the sentence lands. The ink becomes meaning. Some small gate has opened. Why do philosophers and scientists care? Because consciousness sits at the crossing of several maps. It touches biology, because living bodies support it in ways we are still trying to understand. It touches psychology, because attention, memory, and emotion shape what is experienced. It touches philosophy, because no description of behavior fully captures what it is like from within. And it touches technology, because machines can now imitate parts of thought well enough to make the old questions feel newly practical. For this first chapter, though, the matter can remain close to the hand. A page, a breath, a sound in the room. The felt difference between merely processing information and having something appear in experience. Consciousness is the name we give to that difference, though the name is more like a bookmark than an explanation. And once the bookmark is placed, the next question becomes smaller and more immediate. Where does awareness show itself in the ordinary run of a day before any theory has had time to dress it up? This chapter focuses on awareness in the ordinary. Awareness in the ordinary is the simple fact that experience is usually happening while we are doing something else. It helps us pour water, find a word, notice a smell, remember an errand, and correct a small mistake before it becomes a larger one. In plain human terms, it is how life becomes more than a sequence of movements. A useful place to begin is not with a laboratory scanner or a philosophical puzzle, but with a kettle. Water goes in. A switch is pressed. A heating element does its modest work under a stainless steel floor. After a few minutes, steam gathers at the spout, and the room acquires that faint mineral smell of hot water and metal. Nothing very grand has happened. And yet, while making tea, several layers of awareness have already appeared. You feel the handle. You hear the change in the water as it moves from dull warmth to a sharper boil. You remember whether the mug is clean. You may notice that the teabag label has folded itself into the cup, which is one of those small domestic inconveniences that seems designed to test civilization. The interesting part is that most of this does not require dramatic attention. Awareness is not always a spotlight. Often it is more like a workbench with tools lying nearby. Some items are in the hand. Others are at the edge. The teaspoon, the cupboard door, the damp ring left on the counter, the thought about tomorrow's appointment. All of them belong to the same field, though not with the same brightness. This is one reason ordinary awareness is so useful for thinking about consciousness. It shows us that being aware is not only a rare peak state, it is also the texture of tying a shoelace, reading a receipt, washing a cup, waiting at a crosswalk, or placing a pen back in the same chipped ceramic holder. Consciousness, whatever else it is, has to include these low-level, almost invisible acts of presence. Consider writing a note by hand. A pen glides over paper. The wrist adjusts pressure. The eyes check the shape of the letters. A word arrives, then another. If the pen skips over a rough patch in the paper, attention briefly tightens. The hand slows down. The sentence may change because the material object has interrupted the thought. I find this small interruption useful. It reminds us that awareness is not sealed inside the skull like a document in a filing cabinet. It is constantly negotiating with paper fibers, ink flow, chair height, wrist angle, light on the page, and the faint scratch of a nib. The mind may be inward, but it is never completely indoors. In cognitive science, attention is often described as a way of selecting information. Something arrives. A sound, a color, a memory, a bodily sensation. The nervous system filters, compares, and prioritizes. Some of it becomes available for report or action. Much of it does not. Input, processing, output, limitation. A tidy diagram, and a useful one, though real life keeps spilling tea on the edges. This filtering matters because the world is too full to hold all at once. A kitchen contains the hum of a refrigerator, the weight of a mug, the pale line of a crack in a tile, the smell of toast, the soft drag of a sock on the floor, and the unfinished sentence in the mind. Awareness cannot give equal weight to all of it, so it chooses, or seems to choose, moment by moment. Sometimes the choice is deliberate. You tune in, you listen for the kettle, you look carefully at the measuring spoon, you read the small printed instructions on a packet, even though the packet is trying to be helpful in 6 languages and a font suitable for ants. Attention narrows, and the world becomes more usable. At other times, awareness loosens. You zone out while brushing your teeth or walking down a familiar hallway. The body continues. The hand finds the toothbrush. The feet avoid the laundry basket. The mind drifts toward an old conversation, a tune, or a sentence that never quite becomes finished. Then, abruptly, you notice yourself again. You are standing at the sink. The tap is running. The mirror has been there the whole time. That return is a little strange. Not frightening, not mystical in the theatrical sense, but strange enough to deserve respect. Where were you exactly during those seconds? Not absent, not fully present in the careful sense either. Ordinary life contains these small gaps and reappearances, and we usually step over them without comment. Traditional Buddhist practices, among other contemplative traditions, have paid close attention to this territory. A person sitting, walking, eating, or breathing may observe how sensations arise and pass, how thoughts appear without invitation, how attention clings and releases. This is not neuroscience, and it does not need to pretend to be. It is a disciplined first-person way of noticing ordinary awareness with unusual patience. The practical trade-off is that introspection is both intimate and unreliable. We have direct access to experience, but not always accurate access to its causes. You may know that you feel distracted while washing a bowl, but you may be wrong about why. Perhaps it is a worry. Perhaps it is hunger. Perhaps the room is too warm. Perhaps the bowl is slippery, and your hand knows it before your story does. That limitation will matter later, when we come to the harder philosophical and scientific problems. For now, the useful point is simpler. Ordinary awareness is already layered, selective, bodily, and a little mysterious. A person reading in a train carriage gives another small example. The eyes move across a page. The mind follows a sentence about weather, money, or some fictional aunt with strong opinions. Meanwhile, the body feels the seat fabric. The ankle senses the vibration of the floor, and the ears register the muffled announcement of the next station. If the station name is yours, the book suddenly becomes less important. Attention rearranges the scene. A moment ago, the sentence was central. Now the platform is. The bag, the ticket, the closing doors, the umbrella handle caught under a strap. Consciousness has not changed into a different substance. Its contents have shifted, and with them, the sense of what matters. What makes this useful to remember is that awareness is not merely decoration added to action. It guides action by giving certain things priority. The hot mug tells the fingers to loosen. The red traffic signal holds the foot at the curb. The misplaced key creates a small searchlight in the mind, moving over coat pockets, a wooden table, a blue bowl by the door, and yesterday's grocery bag. Still, awareness is not the same as control. That is one of its quieter ironies. We are aware of thoughts we did not choose, moods that arrive with no written explanation, and memories that come back because a smell, a song, or the pattern on a tiled floor has opened some hidden drawer. Consciousness feels personal, but it is not always obedient. This is why ordinary acts are such good windows. They do not flatter us. Making tea, writing a note, folding a towel, rinsing rice in a metal sieve, or checking the time on a wall clock shows awareness doing its usual work. Selecting, drifting, returning, correcting, interpreting. No ceremony required. The profound question sits inside the plain task. What is it like to be present while the spoon taps the side of the mug? Why is there an inner feel to the steam, the paper, the half-remembered errand, the word forming before it is written? The ordinary does not answer these questions. It simply keeps presenting them in cotton, ceramic, ink, water, and breath. And so awareness in the ordinary gives us a modest starting point. Before theories become technical, before names and models begin arranging themselves on the shelf, there is this familiar fact. Experience is already here, woven through small movements, half-noticed thoughts, and the practical business of getting through an evening. From that simple fact, the larger puzzle can begin to take shape. Now, the hard problem. The hard problem is, why is it so hard to explain what it's like to feel? It existed, because David Chalmers and the hard problem. The useful thing is to understand the ordinary pressure underneath it before the details start to pile up. Now, the hard problem. The hard problem is, why is it so hard to explain what it's like to feel? It existed because David Chalmers and the hard problem. The useful thing is to understand the ordinary pressure underneath it before the details start to pile up. Now, the hard problem. In plain terms, the hard problem is the question of why brain activity is accompanied by felt experience at all. It exists because ordinary explanations can describe what the brain does, while still leaving out what pain, color, memory, or music feels like from the inside. It gives a name to the gap between measuring a process and inhabiting it. A useful object here is not a microscope, but a notebook. Picture a philosopher's notebook open on a desk, its page marked with arrows, underlines, and slightly impatient question marks. One line says, perhaps, red wavelength, 700 nanometers. Another says, but what is redness? The first line belongs comfortably to physics. The second line starts to misbehave. This is the difference between knowing and experiencing. A person can know that coffee contains caffeine, that the mug is ceramic, that steam rises because warm air is less dense than cool air. They can know the brewing time, the grind size, the temperature of the water, and the chemical compounds that give coffee its bitter edge. But none of that quite delivers the taste of the first sip. The information is real. The chemistry is real still. The experience has its own stubborn presence. David Chalmers, the philosopher most associated with the phrase, the hard problem of consciousness, drew a careful line between what he called the easier problems and the harder one. The easier problems are not easy in the everyday sense. They include explaining attention, memory, perception, report, and behavior. These are difficult technical problems involving electrodes, scanners, computer models, reaction time tasks, and long afternoons of data cleaning. But in principle, they ask how a system performs a function. The hard problem asks something else. Why should any of those functions feel like anything? Why should neural signals moving through grey matter produce the feeling of seeing blue, or hearing a cello, or noticing a headache behind the left eye? A camera can detect blue. A thermometer can register heat. A smoke alarm can respond to particles in the air. But we usually do not suppose that these devices have an inner weather of their own. The word often used for these inner textures is qualia. Qualia are the felt qualities of experience, the sharpness of lemon, the warmth of wool, the ache of embarrassment, the particular green of a glass bottle on a windowsill. It is an odd little word, more tidy than the thing it points to. I find that slightly funny, in a dry academic way. Philosophy often gives the slipperiest parts of life the neatest labels, as if a Latin plural could keep them from escaping. A laboratory can handle many parts of perception with admirable precision. A researcher can place a participant in front of a monitor, show a colored square for a fraction of a second, record eye movement, measure skin conductance, and compare button presses. The screen refreshes at a known rate. The software logs milliseconds. The participant sits with a chin rest, a keyboard, and sometimes a cap of electrodes held in place with conductive gel. Input, process, output. Light enters the eye. Signals pass through the optic nerve. Cortical areas respond. A report is made. The limitation appears when we ask where. In that chain, the redness itself has gone. Not the wavelength, not the retinal response, not the verbal report. I saw red. The felt redness. Objective science is powerful because it removes private viewpoint. It asks for measurements that another trained person can repeat. That is its great discipline, and also its inconvenience here. Conscious experience is private by default. No one else can step directly into your headache, your dream, or the taste of a pear in your mouth. This does not mean science is helpless. It means the trade-off is unusually clear. To study consciousness scientifically, researchers often translate private experience into public signs, spoken reports, button presses, brain scans, facial expressions, patterns of memory. That translation is necessary. It is also lossy, the way copying a handwritten letter into a spreadsheet preserves the words but not the pressure of the pen. A practical judgment, perhaps. Without that loss, we cannot study much. With it, we must remember what has been trimmed away. The hard problem becomes especially sharp in a famous thought experiment about color. Imagine someone who knows every physical fact about color vision, but has lived without seeing color. She understands light wavelengths, cone cells, neural pathways, and the naming conventions of paint samples. She can explain why vermilion differs from burgundy, and why a traffic light is designed to be visible in rain. Then, for the first time, she sees red. Has she learned something new? The point is not whether the story is physically realistic. Thought experiments are small machines made of assumptions. Some are elegant, some squeak a little at the hinges. This one is useful because it isolates the question. Complete objective knowledge may still seem to lack the quality of experience itself. Knowing every fact about a violin's varnish, spruce top, maple back, horsehair bow, and string tension is not the same as hearing one note bloom in a wooden room. A similar difficulty appears in ordinary language. Try describing the smell of cut grass to someone who has never smelled it. You may reach for dampness, sweetness, soil, summer, a lawnmower cooling in the garage. Each word circles the experience without becoming it. Taste is even worse. Nutty, bright, metallic, round, and dry are borrowed tools, passed around like mismatched screwdrivers. The odd thing is that we usually communicate well enough anyway. Human life runs on imperfect descriptions, and somehow dinner still gets cooked. This is why the hard problem is not only an abstract puzzle, it touches daily trust. When someone says they are in pain, we cannot inspect the pain itself. We can observe posture, voice, pulse, brain activity, and history. We can make careful inferences, but the feeling remains first person. The same is true for delight, grief, boredom, and the faint irritation of a squeaky chair during a serious meeting. Inner life is both obvious to the one having it and hidden from everyone else. Some philosophers argue that the hard problem may be dissolved by better theories. Perhaps once we understand the brain's mechanisms deeply enough, the feeling of experience will no longer seem mysterious. Others think the gap is real and may require new concepts or a changed view of matter, mind, or information. This chapter does not need to settle that dispute. What makes it useful to remember is simpler. The hard problem marks the place where explanation and experience do not yet fit together neatly. A brief bridge to the next questions is enough here. Later theories will propose specific structures and mechanisms that might help explain consciousness. But the hard problem remains the pressure test for all of them. A theory may describe access, attention, integration, feedback, or self-monitoring. Then the small question returns, patient as a mark in the margin. Why should that feel like something? At a desk, the notebook stays open. Beside it, there might be a pencil worn flat on one side, a stack of library slips, a cold cup with a ring on the wood, and a page where the word experience has been written twice, as if repetition might make it less strange. It does not, really, but it does make the question more visible, and perhaps that is already a modest service. The hard problem gives shape to a confusion many people recognize but rarely name. We live among objects, measurements, recipes, clocks, maps, and medical charts. We also live inside colors, moods, textures, memories, and dreams. The challenge is that both are real parts of the same world, and the seam between them is still not fully understood. From here, we can turn softly toward earlier attempts to think about that seam and the long history of people trying to describe the self from the inside. This chapter focuses on historical glimpses of consciousness. Historical glimpses are brief looks at how earlier thinkers described mind, soul, awareness, and self before modern neuroscience. These ideas existed because people needed some way to explain memory, dreams, moral choice, sensation, and the odd fact that a person can know they are thinking. They were not always trying to solve the same problem we name today, but they were circling the same small flame of experience from different rooms. In many early records, consciousness was not separated neatly from breath, life, spirit, or character. Egyptian funerary texts spoke of aspects of the person in more than one part: the heart, the name, the shadow, the vital force. In Greek writing, psyche could mean soul, life, or mind, depending on the author and the sentence. In Sanskrit and Pali traditions, words for mind, awareness, attention, and consciousness were handled with impressive care, especially in Buddhist Abhidharma lists, where experience was divided into momentary mental events with the patience of someone sorting seeds on a cloth mat. What I find interesting is that these systems often began with observation rather than machinery. A monk watching the arising and passing of thoughts did not have a microscope, but did have repetition, posture, breath, memory, and a stable vocabulary for noticing. A philosopher in Athens did not have brain imaging, but did have argument, public speech, and the stubborn fact that perception can deceive. The tools were modest, but the questions were not. Plato imagined the soul as something that could reason, desire, and strive. Aristotle, more earthbound in his habits, treated the soul as the form or organizing principle of a living body. For him, plants, animals, and humans differed by capacities: nourishment, sensation, movement, reason. This is not a modern theory of consciousness. but it shows an early attempt to place awareness within the broader pattern of life. A body was not a machine with a ghost tucked inside it. It was a living arrangement with powers suited to its kind. Greek physicians added a more practical pressure. They examined injuries, fevers, seizures, and changes in speech or memory. Galen, working with animal dissection and medical cases, gave the brain a central role in sensation and movement. He described animal spirits moving through nerves, a phrase that now sounds airy, but served as a workable diagram for its time. Input came from the senses, passed through bodily channels, and was coordinated by the brain. Output appeared as movement, speech, or judgment. The limitation, of course, was that no one could yet see nerve impulses or synapses. They had leather straps, bronze scalpels, wax tablets, and inference. In South Asian philosophical traditions, the mind was also studied through disciplined introspection. Buddhist thinkers, across many historical schools and regions, often treated the self not as a solid inner owner, but as a changing bundle of processes. Sensations, feelings, perceptions, habits, and consciousness itself could be observed as arising and fading. That is a remarkably subtle move. Instead of asking only, "What is the soul made of?" some traditions asked, "When we look closely, where is the permanent self?" The question is still uncomfortable in a clean, useful way, like a chair that makes you sit upright. Medieval Islamic and Christian philosophers inherited Greek ideas and reworked them through theology, medicine, and logic. Ibn Sina, known in Latin as Avicenna, proposed the famous floating man thought experiment. Imagine a person created fully formed, suspended in air with no sensory contact. Would that person still be aware of himself? The example is spare, almost like a drawing made with one line. It suggested that self-awareness might not depend entirely on touch, sight, or the body's ordinary signals. Thomas Aquinas, writing in a Christian scholastic setting, placed the soul within a careful framework of form, intellect, and divine creation. Monastic desks, scraped vellum, iron gall ink, and marginal notes were not glamorous equipment, but they preserved very delicate distinctions. Medieval writers could argue for pages over whether intellect was separable, whether animals had kinds of awareness, and how sensation became understanding. The part that feels strangely human is the patience of it. Someone sharpening a quill to debate the inner life was also probably dealing with cold fingers, bad light, and a deadline from an abbot or patron. Then comes René Descartes, sitting at the hinge between older metaphysics and early modern science. His famous line, "I think, therefore I am," was not meant as a slogan for self-confidence. It was a piece of philosophical housekeeping. If everything could be doubted, the senses, the body, the world outside, the act of doubting still seemed to prove a thinking subject. Doubt itself needed someone, or something, to do the doubting. Descartes also drew a sharp division between mind and body. The body could be treated like a machine, with fluids, nerves, valves, and motions. The mind, by contrast, was thinking substance. He suggested the pineal gland as a point of interaction, partly because it sat near the center of the brain and was not obviously paired like many other structures. It was a tidy choice, though not a successful one. I have some sympathy for the impulse. When confronted with a difficult border, human beings often choose a small central object and ask it to behave like a customs office. Early modern anatomy made the question more physical. Dissection theatres had tiered wooden benches, metal hooks, linen aprons, jars of preservative fluid, and printed anatomical plates with labelled folds of brain tissue. The brain became less symbolic and more material. Ventricles, nerves, cortex, and spinal cord could be drawn, compared, and named. Yet the drawings did not show experience. A plate could show the optic nerve, but not the redness of a cherry or the embarrassment of being seen. By the 18th and 19th centuries, attempts to map mind became more systematic and sometimes more mistaken. Phrenology, associated with Franz Joseph Gall and others, claimed that mental faculties could be read from bumps on the skull. Ceramic phrenology heads, divided into little labelled territories, still turn up in antique shops, looking both confident and faintly ridiculous. The idea was wrong in its details, and often used in harmful ways, but its popularity reveals a durable temptation. If mind belongs to the brain, perhaps character can be measured with calipers. More careful work came through clinical observation. Physicians noticed that injuries to particular brain regions could alter speech, memory, movement, or recognition. Paul Broca's work on language in the 19th century helped show that some mental abilities depend on specific brain areas. This was not yet a full science of consciousness, but it changed the map. Awareness was no longer only a philosophical noun. It had addresses, pathways, and failure points. Wilhelm Wundt's psychology laboratory in Leipzig added another kind of tool: trained introspection paired with measurement. Students listened for tones, watched instruments, reported sensations, and timed reactions with brass chronoscopes and pendulums. The method had an obvious problem. Asking people to describe their own experience can change the experience being described. Still, the effort matters. It treated conscious life as something that could be observed carefully, even if the observer and the observed were awkwardly the same person. Across these eras, one pattern keeps returning. Every model captured something and missed something. Breath explained aliveness, but not reflection. Soul explained unity, but not mechanism. Brain anatomy explained injury, but not subjectivity. Introspection described inner texture, but struggled with public proof. The trade-off is almost built into the subject. Consciousness is the thing closest to us, and that closeness makes it difficult to hold at arm's length. So the historical record is not merely a museum of discarded theories. It is more like a shelf of old instruments: astrolabe, skull chart, meditation manual, anatomical engraving, laboratory timer. Some are inaccurate. Some are still useful in limited ways. All of them show people trying to catch awareness without crushing it into something smaller. From here, the story moves toward the modern search for neural correlates, where the old question meets electrodes, scanners, and a different kind of map. This chapter focuses on neural correlates of consciousness. Neural correlates are the patterns of brain activity that reliably appear when a particular experience is present. The idea exists because scientists needed a practical handle on an otherwise slippery question. Not what consciousness is in its deepest sense, but what the brain is doing when awareness occurs. It gives researchers something they can measure, compare, and sometimes carefully disturb. A simple anatomical drawing of the brain is a good place to begin. Not a dramatic drawing, just a clean side view in grey ink, with the wrinkled cortex folded like a walnut, the brainstem tucked underneath, and a few coloured pencil marks on the thalamus, visual cortex, and frontal areas. The drawing is modest, almost office-like. It belongs beside a ruler, a stack of scan printouts, and a mug that has left a pale ring on the desk. The phrase often used is the neural correlates of consciousness, or NCCs. In plain terms, researchers are looking for the smallest set of neural events that go along with a conscious experience. If a person sees a red square, hears a bell, feels a touch on the wrist, or notices a face, what changes in the brain at that moment? Which signals are merely background housekeeping, and which ones seem tied to the experience itself? That distinction matters. The brain is always busy. It regulates breathing, adjusts blood pressure, predicts movement, stores fragments of memory, and quietly edits incoming signals before they become anything like a world. A brain scan is not a photograph of experience. It is more like a weather map of blood flow, electrical rhythm, or magnetic change. Useful, yes, but already translated. Functional MRI, for example, measures changes related to blood oxygen. It can show that some brain regions are more active during a task, but it does not record thoughts directly. The machine is large, cold, and exacting. A person lies still inside a narrow bore, hearing the steady knocking of gradients, while a computer presents images or sounds with the precision of a school bell. The output looks authoritative, coloured patches on a grayscale brain. Still, those colours are not consciousness. They are clues. EEG works differently. Small metal electrodes are placed on the scalp with conductive gel, sometimes under a fabric cap with numbered positions. It is less spatially precise than MRI, but it can track timing in milliseconds. A brief flash on a screen, a button press, a change in attention, and the electrical traces begin their small mountain ranges across the monitor. What I find interesting is how humble the setup can feel. Cotton swabs, measuring tape, sticky gel, a rolling chair, and yet the question on the table is whether experience has arrived. Researchers often use clever comparisons. In binocular rivalry, one image is shown to one eye and a different image to the other. The physical input stays the same, but awareness flips between the two images. A face may appear, then a house, then the face again. Since the outside stimulus has not changed, any shifting brain pattern becomes especially informative. The experiment is tidy, in a way consciousness rarely is. Same input, different experience. That is a useful little crack in the wall. Visual masking offers another tool. A word or picture appears very briefly, followed by another image that prevents the first from reaching awareness. Sometimes the brain processes the unseen stimulus enough to influence behavior, but the person reports seeing nothing. This creates a careful contrast between unconscious processing and conscious perception. The odd thing is that seeing turns out not to be a single event. Light hits the retina, signals travel through the thalamus, early visual cortex responds, and still the experience may not quite form. Some areas seem especially important, though there is still debate. The thalamus acts like a deep relay station, sending and receiving signals between the cortex and other systems. Posterior cortical regions, toward the back of the brain, are often linked with the contents of experience. Shapes, colors, movement, spatial layout, the felt scene of the world. Frontal and parietal areas often appear when a person reports, decides, attends, or holds something in mind. The practical trade-off is that reporting an experience is not the same as having it. Asking someone to press a button may change the very brain activity being measured. This is one of the quietly inconvenient facts of consciousness research. To study awareness, scientists usually ask for a report. Did you see it? How clear was it? Was it on the left or the right? A keyboard, a response box, or a spoken answer becomes part of the experiment. But the act of answering recruits memory, language, attention, and decision-making. The measurement is necessary, and also slightly messy. That feels very human to me. Even in the cleanest laboratory, consciousness arrives with paperwork. Brain lesions have also shaped the search. When damage to a specific area changes experience in a reliable way, it gives researchers another kind of clue. Some people may lose awareness of one side of space, not because their eyes fail, but because attention and spatial representation have been disrupted. Others may report phantom limb sensations after an amputation, suggesting that the body map in the brain can persist even when the body itself has changed. These cases do not explain consciousness on their own, but they show that experience depends on organized neural maps, not simply on raw sensory input. Electrical stimulation adds another narrow window. During certain neurosurgical procedures, when it is clinically appropriate, small regions of the brain may be stimulated while a person is awake and able to report effects. A touch may be felt on a hand that is not being touched. A memory-like fragment may arise. A movement urge may appear before movement happens. Such observations are handled cautiously, for good reason. They come from particular patients, particular contexts, and particular medical needs. Still, they remind us that subjective experience can sometimes be nudged by a very local current. The search for neural correlates also reveals what scans cannot show. A scan cannot tell us what redness feels like from the inside. It cannot prove why pain hurts, why music becomes meaningful, or why the scent of old paper can suddenly summon a childhood room. At best, it can show patterns that accompany these experiences. That is not a failure exactly. It is a boundary. A map of a city is not the city, but it can still help you find the railway station. This boundary matters now because brain data can look more certain than it is. Colored images, precise graphs, and technical labels have a way of borrowing authority from machines. I have a small preference for remembering the cables, the calibration errors, the anxious stillness of the person in the scanner, and the researcher checking whether the timing script worked. Those ordinary details keep the science honest. They remind us that consciousness is not being captured in a jar. It is being inferred, carefully, from traces. Francis Crick and Christoph Koch helped popularize the modern search for neural correlates in the 1990s, especially through vision research. Their approach was deliberately practical. Instead of trying to solve every philosophical problem at once, they asked which neural events correspond to particular conscious contents. This did not dissolve the deeper mystery, It narrowed the target. Sometimes narrowing the target is the most useful thing a science can do. So for this chapter, the main idea is modest but important. When a thought appears, when a color becomes visible, when a sound crosses the threshold into awareness, the brain changes in patterned ways. Imaging, electrodes, lesions, stimulation, and behavioral reports each reveal part of that pattern. None of them, alone, gives us consciousness itself. But together, they offer a set of empirical footprints. And footprints are not the animal, of course. They are impressions in soft ground, partial and weathered. But if enough of them point in the same direction, we begin to understand how to follow. From here, the discussion can move toward larger models of how these patterns may be organized, while keeping this quieter lesson nearby. Before a theory explains consciousness, it must somehow meet the evidence left by the living brain. This chapter focuses on global workspace theory. Global workspace theory is the idea that a mental item becomes conscious when it is made available to many parts of the mind at once. It was meant to answer a practical problem: why some brain processes stay private and automatic, while others enter awareness and can guide speech, memory, planning, and action. In plain terms, it asks how one thought gets placed on the common desk. Bernard Baars developed the theory in the 1980s, using a metaphor that is still unusually serviceable. The mind, in this picture, contains many specialized processes working in parallel. Some handle color, some handle sound, some handle word meaning, body position, emotional tone, and the small arithmetic of reaching for a cup without knocking over the pencil beside it. Most of this work happens without fanfare. Then, occasionally, one piece of information becomes globally available. It is not merely processed in a corner. It is broadcast. Other systems can use it. You can name it, compare it, remember it, suppress it, write it down, or decide that it is not worth acting on after all. Consciousness, in this theory, is less like a private jewel hidden in the skull, and more like a notice pinned to a shared board in a busy office. I find that metaphor helpful partly because it is so unromantic. A bulletin board, a work table, a stage, a switchboard. These are not mystical objects. They are ordinary coordination devices. They solve the problem of too many workers needing the same piece of information at roughly the same time. The odd thing is that a theory of consciousness, one of the strangest subjects we have, can begin with something as plain as office logistics. A simple example is reading. On the desk, there might be a white page, black printed letters, a ceramic mug, a paperclip, and the faint pressure of your hand resting against wood. Your eyes take in much more than you consciously notice. The curve of a lowercase g, the spacing between lines, a small smudge near the margin, the angle of the page under the overhead light. Most of it remains background processing. But if one word is misspelled, or your name appears in the paragraph, attention may select it. The word becomes available to language systems, memory systems, emotional evaluation, and motor planning. You may pause, reread it, smile slightly, or reach for a pen. Input, selection, broadcast, response. That is the diagram in its simplest form. In Baars' classic metaphor, consciousness resembles a theatre. Many unconscious processes are like workers behind the curtain. Stagehands, carpenters, costume assistants, someone with a clipboard trying to remember where the spare hinge went. Attention acts somewhat like a spotlight. Whatever enters the spotlight becomes visible to the audience of other mental systems. The spotlight does not create the actor, but it makes the actor available. This image can be overdone, and Barr's new metaphors have limits. There is no tiny manager inside the head with a brass lamp and a schedule. The spotlight is not a literal beam. It is a way of describing competition among signals. Some signals are strengthened, others are suppressed. The result is that only a narrow portion of what the brain is doing becomes reportable at any moment. Later researchers, especially Stanislas Dehaene and Jean-Pierre Changeux, developed a related version often called global neuronal workspace theory. This version tries to connect the workspace idea to brain activity. It suggests that conscious access may involve broad networks, especially long-range connections linking frontal, parietal, and sensory areas. The details remain debated, but the general picture is clear enough. Local processing is not the same as global sharing. Laboratory tasks give the theory some traction. In visual masking experiments, a word or shape may appear so briefly that a second image interrupts it. The person may not report seeing the first item, even though the brain shows signs of having processed aspects of it. In attentional blink tasks, two targets are presented in rapid sequence among other letters or numbers. If the second arrives too soon after the first, it may fail to reach awareness. The information passes through the system, but does not win entry to the shared workspace. What makes this useful to remember is that consciousness, in this theory, is not all or nothing processing. The brain can do quite a lot in the cellar. It can register patterns, prime responses, prepare movements, and sort familiar from unfamiliar before anything becomes part of the daylit report. Consciousness arrives when information is stabilized and shared widely enough to be used by many systems at once. If you're still up and listening, feel free to like and subscribe. Topic requests are welcome below. A tidy desk offers a smaller version of the same principle. Suppose several sheets are scattered across it. A grocery list, an old envelope, a receipt printed on thin thermal paper, a page of notes with blue ink corrections, and one clean sheet placed in the center. The central sheet is not necessarily more real than the others. It is simply better positioned for use. Your hand can reach it. Your eyes return to it. The pencil beside it makes it actionable. Global workspace theory treats conscious contents rather like that central sheet, not because they are magically different, but because they are functionally available. A pain in the ankle, a melody from childhood, a remembered appointment, the smell of toast from another room. Once broadcast, each can recruit memory, language, decision-making, and bodily response. A smell can become a plan. A sound can become a question. A feeling can become a sentence. This helps explain why consciousness is so closely tied to reportability. If you can say what you saw, choose based on it, or hold it in working memory, then the information has probably entered something like a global workspace. The theory also explains why attention and consciousness are closely related, though not identical. Attention helps select what gets broadcast. Consciousness is what happens when selection becomes shared access. The trade-off is obvious and very human. A workspace cannot hold everything. If every sensation, memory, half-formed association, and bodily adjustment became globally available at once, the result would not be enlightenment. It would probably be paperwork. A narrow workspace may be inconvenient, but it is also mercifully selective. The mind leaves most things to specialized routines. The way a household does not hold a formal meeting every time the refrigerator clicks on. This is one reason the theory fits ordinary life so well. Driving a familiar route, you may handle steering, mirrors, lane position, and pedal pressure with little explicit thought. Then a child's ball rolls near the curb, or a strange sign appears, or the engine makes a new ticking sound. Suddenly, one item enters the workspace. Other systems gather around it. Vision, memory, caution, movement, and language are all invited to the same table. Still, global workspace theory does not solve every problem. It is strongest as a theory of conscious access. How information becomes available for reasoning, report, and voluntary control. It is less complete as an account of why the broadcast should feel like anything from the inside. A red apple may be globally available, but the redness itself, the lived texture of seeing red, still presses on the edge of explanation. That older puzzle has not politely gone away. There is also debate about the machinery. Which brain regions are necessary? How late or early does the decisive broadcast occur? Are frontal areas essential, or more involved in reporting and task demands? Different experiments suggest different emphases. The theory remains influential, but not sealed in glass. Good scientific theories often live in this slightly drafty condition, useful enough to guide experiments, unfinished enough to keep their windows open. What I like about global workspace theory is its modesty. It does not begin by claiming to explain the soul, the self, or the entire mystery of experience. It starts with a coordination problem. How does a distributed system make one piece of information available to the rest of itself? From that plain question, it builds a surprisingly rich account of awareness. For now, the mind can be pictured as many small specialists working in parallel, with a narrow place where certain results are gathered and shared. A word on a page, a sound in the hall, a memory rising at the wrong moment, or the right one. Some contents remain local, some are broadcast, and somewhere in that act of sharing, global workspace theory locates the practical shape of consciousness before the next theory asks whether consciousness may depend not on broadcasting alone, but on how information is woven together. This chapter focuses on integrated information theory. Integrated information theory is a proposal that consciousness depends on how much information a system generates as a unified whole. It was developed to give consciousness something rare in philosophy, a possible measurement, however difficult and debated. Instead of asking only where awareness appears in the brain, it asks what kind of organized physical system could have experience from the inside. Giulio Tononi introduced the theory in the early 2000s, and its most famous symbol is phi, written as the Greek letter F. Phi is meant to represent integrated information. In plain language, it asks how much a system's parts depend on one another to make a single structured state. A sheet of graph paper is a useful object here. Picture a page filled with small circles, pencil lines, arrows, and numbers written in the margins. Some circles connect only to one neighbor. Others sit in dense little clusters, like railway stations on an old map. In integrated information theory looks at a system a little like that, though with stricter mathematics underneath. It asks not only how many parts there are, but how those parts constrain one another. A simple digital camera sensor, for example, may contain millions of light-sensitive elements. Each little pixel can register brightness. But if those pixels do not meaningfully affect one another, the system may have a great deal of information without much integration. It is more like a tray of tiny separate buckets catching rain. Many measurements, but not much unity. By contrast, a brain region involved in conscious perception seems to involve many interacting elements. Neurons send signals through branching axons, receive them through dendrites, and change their activity depending on the wider pattern. A red cup on a desk, the edge of a notebook, the pressure of a sleeve against the wrist, and the faint hum of a refrigerator are not experienced as four sealed boxes. They arrive as one scene, with parts inside it. That unity matters deeply to IIT. The theory begins with features of experience itself. Experience is specific. This moment is this moment, not any other. It is informative. Seeing a blue enamel mug rules out seeing an empty white plate in the same place. It is integrated. The color, shape, position, and meaning are held together. And it has boundaries. This experience is not every possible experience at once. From there, IIT tries to translate those features into physical terms. A system must have many possible states. Its current state must rule out other states. Its parts must influence one another. And the whole must do something that cannot be reduced to independent pieces working side by side. The odd thing is that this makes consciousness less like a spotlight and more like a tightly folded map. A folded paper map contains more than ink. Creases, panels, routes, labels, and distances all depend on one another. If you cut it into confetti, the ink remains, but the map is gone. IIT makes a similar claim about a conscious system. Break the causal unity, and something essential has been lost. A small circuit helps make the idea less misty. Take two logic gates on a breadboard, the kind with plastic sockets, copper rails, and little colored jumper wires bent into place. If the gates simply pass a signal forward, input to output, one after another, the circuit may perform a useful function, but it may not form much of an integrated whole. Each step can be understood separately. Now add feedback. Let the output of one part affect the future state of another, and let the parts constrain each other in both directions. The system begins to have a richer causal structure. Its present state says something about its past and something about its possible future. IIT is interested in that structure, not merely in the outward behavior. This is one reason the theory can sound both elegant and troublesome. A computer program might simulate a brain-like process on ordinary hardware. It might produce words, images, or decisions. But IIT asks whether the physical machinery underneath has the right kind of integrated causal organization. The same behavior, on this view, may not guarantee the same inner presence. I find that both fascinating and slightly inconvenient, which is often a sign that a theory is doing real work. It refuses the easy habit of judging consciousness only from the outside. At the same time, it creates awkward questions for engineers, neuroscientists, and philosophers who would very much like a cleaner checklist. If you want another one in this tone, subscribing is the easiest way to find it. If you want another one in this tone, subscribing is the easiest way to find it. Phi is the mathematical attempt to make this awkwardness measurable. In principle, you examine a system's possible states, test how its parts depend on one another, and ask how much information would be lost if the system were divided. If splitting it into pieces changes very little, phi is low. If splitting it destroys a rich causal structure, phi is higher. The practical problem is that real systems become enormous very quickly. Even a modest network of elements can have a staggering number of possible states and partitions. Calculating phi exactly for a large brain-like system is not like checking the time on a wristwatch. It is more like trying to inspect every possible way of cutting a woven carpet without pulling out the threads. If this helps you rest, you can always come back to it another night. The theory has led to some memorable comparisons. The cerebellum, for instance, contains a huge number of neurons and helps coordinate movement with remarkable precision. Yet some theorists argue that its wiring may be more modular and feed-forward than the cortical systems often linked with conscious experience. The cerebral cortex, with its layered sheets, recurrent connections, and long-range loops, may be better suited to integration. That contrast is not a simple ranking of brain parts. It is a way of noticing that size alone is not enough. A warehouse full of neatly stacked parts is not the same thing as a working clock. A billion identical switches in isolation do not automatically become a mind. Complexity in IIT must be organized complexity. This is where the theory brushes against panpsychism, though not always in a simple way. If even a very small physical system has a tiny amount of integrated information, then perhaps experience comes in degrees. Not human thought, not memory, not language, not a little person hiding inside a circuit. Just the faintest possible interiority, if the theory is taken in that direction. Many researchers are cautious about this. Some critics argue that IIT may assign consciousness to systems that do not seem plausible candidates, while denying it to systems that behave intelligently. Others question whether phi, as currently defined, can be tested well enough in living brains. The mathematics is serious, but the interpretation is still argued over, sometimes in conference rooms with bad coffee and very patient slide decks. What makes this useful to remember is not that IIT has solved consciousness. It has not. Its value is that it changes the question in a precise way. Instead of asking only what a system does, it asks what the system is internally as a web of causes and constraints. That shift has a philosophical weight to it. A conscious moment may not be just a message moving through a machine. It may be a whole pattern holding itself together, briefly and locally, like a knot in running water. The knot is not separate from the water, but it is not just any water either. On a desk, the diagram would look modest. Nodes, arrows, shaded regions, a few Greek letters, perhaps a coffee ring near the corner of the page. But the question underneath it is unusually large. Can awareness be weighed in patterns? Can the felt unity of a moment be connected to the formal unity of a system? Integrated information theory answers with a cautious yes, or at least with a carefully drawn maybe. Its charm is that it tries to treat consciousness as neither magic nor mere noise. Its difficulty is that experience may be harder to measure than any symbol can comfortably hold. And from here, the next approach turns toward another layer of mind, not just having an experience, but in some sense knowing that one is having it. This chapter focuses on higher-order thought theories. Higher-order thought theory is the idea that a mental state becomes conscious when the mind has another thought about that state. It was developed to solve a very particular problem. Not every process in the mind seems to be experienced from the inside. The theory asks why one perception, memory, or feeling shows up in awareness, while another does useful work in the background without being noticed. A simple example is the moment of catching yourself daydreaming. You may have been thinking about an old street, a half-remembered conversation, or the exact place where you left a blue-handled screwdriver. Then, suddenly, another thought arrives. I am daydreaming. According to higher-order thought theories, that second layer matters. The daydream is one mental event. The noticing of the daydream is another. David Rosenthal is the name most often linked with this view. His version, often called higher-order thought theory, suggests that a mental state is conscious when there is a suitable higher-order thought representing you as being in that state. The wording can sound dry, like something written on an index card in a philosophy department, but the idea itself is quite domestic. It is the mind putting a small label on one of its own drawers. The basic mechanism can be drawn almost like a calm diagram. First, there is a first-order mental state. Seeing the red spine of a book, feeling an ache in the wrist, hearing the low tick of a wall clock. Then comes a higher-order representation, a thought, usually not spoken aloud, that you are seeing red, or feeling discomfort, or hearing that clock. The output is conscious awareness of the original state. The limitation is that the label may be missing, late, or even wrong. That last part is important. Higher-order thought theory allows for mental activity that is real but not conscious. A visual system may sort edges, colors, and movement before anything appears to you. A person may adjust their grip on a ceramic mug before reflecting on its warmth. In some laboratory and clinical cases, such as blindsight, people with certain kinds of visual damage report not seeing an object, yet may still guess aspects of its location better than chance. This does not settle the theory, but it gives the higher-order thinker a useful distinction. Information can guide behavior without becoming an experience. What I find interesting here is how modest the theory is, at least on the surface. It does not begin with cosmic claims or a grand declaration about the universe. It begins with a bookkeeping problem. Some thoughts are entered into the ledger of awareness. Others stay in the storeroom, still affecting the household, but not appearing at the front desk. A mirror on a study wall is a helpful object for this chapter, not because the theory is about glass, but because reflection is a simple physical cousin of the idea. The desk may hold a notebook, a capped fountain pen, a stack of square paper slips, and a pair of reading glasses folded beside a ruler. The mirror does not create the desk. It represents it from another angle. Higher-order thought theory says something a little similar about consciousness. The mind does not merely have perceptions. It also, at times, represents itself as having them. This is why philosophers have often found the theory appealing. It makes consciousness less like a mysterious vapor and more like a relation between mental states. A thought is not conscious simply because it exists. It becomes conscious when another mental act, in the right way, takes it as its object. There is a neatness to this, and philosophers are not immune to the pleasure of a well-swept floor. Still, the neatness comes with a trade-off. If every conscious state requires a higher-order thought, one might ask what makes that higher-order thought available. Does it need another thought above it? Like a clerk supervising a clerk, supervising a clerk? Rosenthal's answer is usually no. The higher-order thought does not itself have to be conscious in order to make another state conscious. That avoids an infinite stack, which is practical. No one wants a theory of consciousness that resembles an office tower with no top floor. The theory also gives a plain way to describe self-reflection. When someone pauses while reading and realizes they have passed over the same sentence 5 times, something has changed. The black letters on the page were entering the visual system all along. The eyes moved across the paper. The hand may have turned a page. But then comes the higher order recognition. I am not really reading. I am merely moving through the motions of reading. It is a small embarrassment, familiar to anyone with a book and a tired evening. This kind of moment is not dramatic, but it is revealing. Much of daily life runs on competent absence. We tie shoelaces, rinse a spoon, lock a door, or walk the same tiled hallway without narrating each step. Then something breaks the pattern. The key is not in the bowl. The spoon has a crack along the handle. The hallway smells faintly of rain from a wet coat. Awareness gathers around the irregularity, and the mind seems to notice not only the world, but its own attending. Buddhist traditions, especially in meditation practices concerned with mindfulness and observation of mental events, have long treated this noticing as something that can be examined carefully. A practitioner may sit on a cushion, feel the pressure of woven fabric against the ankles, and observe a thought arise without immediately chasing it. Thinking may be noticed as thinking. Desire may be noticed as desire. Irritation may be noticed as irritation. This is not the same as Rosenthal's analytic theory, and it would be careless to flatten them together, but they share a fascination with the mind's ability to take its own contents as objects. The odd thing is that this self-noticing can feel both intimate and slightly mechanical. One moment there is anger. The next moment there is awareness of anger. Then perhaps awareness of being embarrassed by the anger. A nested set of lacquer boxes begins to form. Higher order thought theory tries to describe this nesting without making it mystical. Though the lived experience can still feel strange enough at 2 a.m. Lucid dreaming offers another useful comparison, handled cautiously. In an ordinary dream, a person may accept an impossible railway station, a door in the wrong childhood kitchen, or a conversation with someone long absent. In a lucid dream, there is an added recognition. This is a dream. The dream imagery continues, but a higher level representation has appeared. The mind now treats its own state as something it can notice. Lucid dreaming does not prove higher order thought theory, but it gives the theory a vivid example of how awareness can change when the mind identifies its own condition. Critics often ask whether infants, animals, or people in very simple perceptual states must have higher order thoughts in order to be conscious. If a dog feels pain, must the dog also represent itself as feeling pain? If a baby tastes milk, is there a higher order thought involved, or is experience present before reflective structure? These questions matter because the theory can start to sound too intellectual, as though consciousness requires a small philosopher sitting behind every sensation. That is probably not what defenders intend. Still, the worry is fair. A softer version of the idea might say that higher order representation does not always look like verbal thought. It may be rougher, faster, and less like a sentence. The mind might register its own states in a format closer to a mark on a map than a line in a diary. That keeps the theory from becoming too dependent on language. It also makes the evidence harder to pin down, which is the usual bargain in consciousness studies. Gain flexibility, lose a clean measurement. What makes this useful to remember now is the distinction between having a mind and noticing the mind at work. The theory gives us a way to separate perception from awareness of perception, memory from awareness of remembering, attention from awareness of attending. In everyday terms, it explains why catching yourself in a thought can feel like a small awakening inside an already awake day. So higher order thought theories do not claim that consciousness is merely complicated information or a broadcast across the brain or a loop of sensory feedback. Their special claim is narrower and more reflective. Consciousness may depend on the mind forming a thought about its own mental life. A thought becomes lit, so to speak, when another part of the system marks it as yours. And with that, the study wall mirror can remain where it is, reflecting the desk without touching it. The notebook stays closed. The pen waits beside the ruler. Somewhere in the mind, a perception may be present, and another thought may quietly say, "This is happening to me." From there, we can turn toward another theory, one that places more weight on the returning pathways of perception itself. Now, recurrent processing theory. Recurrent processing theory is the idea of, can a loop of signals create the spark of awareness? It existed because difference between feed-forward and recurrent processing. The useful thing is to understand the ordinary pressure underneath it before the details start to pile up. Now, recurrent processing theory. Recurrent processing theory is the idea of, can a loop of signals create the spark of awareness? It existed because difference between feed-forward and recurrent processing. The useful thing is to understand the ordinary pressure underneath it before the details start to pile up. Now, recurrent processing theory. Recurrent processing theory is the idea that conscious perception depends on signals looping back through the brain, not merely traveling forward in a straight line. It exists to solve a practical puzzle in vision science. Why some images are processed by the brain without being experienced, while others arrive as something we actually see. Its answer is modest but important. Awareness may require a return message. A useful object here is a spiral notebook, open on a desk with a pencil line that curls back toward itself. The line does not simply cross the page and leave. It circles, revises, thickens, and makes a small pattern by returning. That is the basic mood of this theory. Not a grand theater, not a single command center, not a thought inspecting another thought, but a loop. The name most often linked with this approach is Victor Lamy, a Dutch neuroscientist who has worked especially with visual consciousness. Around 2000, Lamy and Raymond Roelfsema emphasized the importance of recurrent or feedback processing in the cortex. The claim was not that every loop is conscious. Brains are full of loops, and most of them are probably as unglamorous as a thermostat clicking on. The more careful claim is that, for visual awareness, feed-forward processing alone may not be enough. Feed-forward processing is the first sweep. Light hits the retina. Signals pass through the optic nerve, through relay stations and into visual cortex at the back of the head. From there, activity moves into areas that respond to edges, color, motion, shape, and eventually more complex objects. Input, process, output. A straight arrow on a whiteboard. This first sweep can be surprisingly capable. The brain may detect a face-like shape, a threatening movement, or the rough category of an object very quickly. A person may even press a button above chance when they say they saw nothing. That is one of the odd things about perception. The nervous system can sometimes do useful clerical work without inviting consciousness into the office. Recurrent processing adds the return arrows. Higher visual areas send information back to earlier ones. Neighboring cortical regions exchange signals. A first rough sketch is compared, corrected, and stabilized. Edges are matched with surfaces. A red patch becomes part of a mug, not just a red patch. A slanted line becomes the rim of a cup on a wooden desk. In a calm diagram, the mechanism looks like this. Input enters the visual system. Early areas make a fast draft. Later areas interpret larger patterns, and then feedback returns to refine the early activity. The output is not just detection, but a more settled perceptual scene. The limitation is equally important. A loop can be interrupted, weakened, or drowned out by a later stimulus, and then the experience may fail to form clearly. Visual masking is one test case. A simple image appears on a screen for a fraction of a second. Then another image, called a mask, appears almost immediately afterward. In a laboratory, this might happen while someone rests their chin on a padded chin rest, looks at a grey monitor, and answers with a plastic button box. The equipment is ordinary. Cables, timing software, an EEG cap with small metal sensors. Perhaps a notebook where the researcher writes down whether the participant blinked too much. The result can be strange. The first image may travel through the visual system far enough to influence behavior, but not far enough to be reported as seen. Recurrent processing theory suggests that the mask may interfere with the returning activity. The first sweep got through. The loop did not have time to settle. Conscious seeing on this account is not just arrival. It is arrival plus return. What I find useful about this theory is its plain engineering feel. It does not ask us to imagine a mysterious substance being added to perception. It asks us to notice that complex systems often need feedback. A cheap microphone squeals when feedback goes wrong. A camera autofocus hunts back and forth before the image sharpens. A craftsperson planing a cedar board does not move blindly in one direction. They look, feel, adjust, and pass over the grain again. The brain, of course, is not a camera or a carpenter. Analogies are serviceable tools, not little gods. Still, feedback is everywhere in skilled systems. A thermostat reads temperature, changes the furnace, and reads again. A pianist hears a note, adjusts finger pressure, and continues. A cook tastes soup, adds salt, stirs, and tastes again. Lines do work. loops make refinement possible. In the visual cortex, the physical layout matters. Early visual areas, such as V1 near the back of the skull, are organized in detailed maps of the visual field. Other areas respond more strongly to motion, color, depth, or object form. Recurrent connections allow these regions to talk back and forth, like editors, passing a marked-up proof across a table. The red pen is not dramatic. It is just how a draft becomes readable. A small irony sits inside the theory. We often think consciousness must be what happens after the brain has finished processing. But recurrent processing theory suggests that consciousness may belong to the processing itself, when the system begins folding information back into its own activity. Awareness is not the final printed page. It may be the revision marks. This view also separates seeing from reporting. That distinction is delicate. If someone says, "I saw it," scientists can measure the report, but the report is not identical to the seeing. Lamy has argued that recurrent processing in sensory areas may support phenomenal experience even before attention and verbal report fully enter the picture. Other researchers disagree or add qualifications, and that disagreement is healthy. Consciousness science has enough fog in it without pretending every outline is sharp. The strongest evidence comes from cases where timing matters. If brain activity races forward but feedback is disrupted, perception may remain unconscious. If recurrent activity persists, the stimulus is more likely to become visible to the person. Studies using masking, transcranial magnetic stimulation, and recordings of electrical activity all try, in different ways, to catch that difference. None is perfect. A magnetic pulse is a blunt tool compared with the delicacy of cortex, rather like testing a wristwatch with a soup spoon. Still, the timing clue is valuable. Recurrent processing theory gives researchers a concrete question to ask. Did the signal merely pass through, or did it come back? That question can be tested in milliseconds, in visual areas, with controlled images, rather than only broad philosophical language. For a field as slippery as consciousness, a testable handle is worth appreciating. The part that feels strangely human is the emphasis on return. We rarely understand something on the first pass. We glance, reconsider, name, misname, and correct. A shadow on a coat rack becomes a coat rack. A word on a page looks wrong, then familiar. A face in a crowd becomes someone we know only after a second look. The brain may be doing, at high speed, what ordinary life does slowly. Recurrent processing theory does not claim to solve every question about subjective experience. It does not tell us why a loop should feel like red, or why any physical process should have an inner side at all. That larger mystery remains waiting, patient and slightly inconvenient. But the theory does offer a grounded proposal about when perception becomes experience. Not when information merely enters the system, but when it is folded back into a stable pattern. So the spiral notebook is not a bad emblem. A line goes out, curves back, and makes a shape by returning. In the brain, those returns may help. A flash of light become a seen object, a contour become a surface, a signal become part of the world as it appears. And from here, it is natural to widen the view toward other neurobiological approaches, where loops, layers, chemicals, and bodily rhythms all become part of the same unresolved question. This chapter focuses on neurobiological approaches. Neurobiological approaches are attempts to explain consciousness by looking closely at the living machinery of the nervous system. They arose because philosophers could describe the puzzle, but biologists wanted to know which cells, circuits, chemicals, and anatomical pathways were actually doing the work. The hope was plain enough. If consciousness depends on the brain, then careful study of the brain should reveal something about how experience appears. A useful image here is not a grand theory, but a drawer of tools. Stainless steel forceps, glass pipettes, a folded EEG cap with its rubbery electrodes, a stack of histology slides with stained tissue thin enough for light to pass through, a lab notebook with dates, voltages, and small corrections in the margin. Neurobiology begins with objects like these, not with metaphors. Francis Crick and Christoph Koch helped make this approach especially visible in the late 20th century. Crick, already famous for his work on DNA, turned later in life toward the biological basis of awareness. Koch, trained in biophysics and computation, brought a taste for mechanisms, diagrams, and testable details. Together, they argued that consciousness should be studied as a biological problem, not kept permanently behind a philosophical velvet rope. Their early focus was visual consciousness. This was a practical choice. Vision can be tested with controlled stimuli: a red dot, a moving grating, a face, a brief flash on a screen. Researchers can ask what changes in the brain when a subject reports seeing something, compared with when the same information enters the eye but does not become conscious. Input, process, output. Light reaches the retina. Signals move through the optic nerve and visual pathways. The person either reports an experience or does not. The limitation, of course, is that the report is not the experience itself. It is only the handle we can grasp. What Crick and Koch were hunting for became known as neural signatures, or neural correlates, of consciousness. Not a full explanation of why experience feels like anything, but a biological marker that reliably travels with conscious awareness. A certain pattern of firing, a loop between regions, a rhythm in the electrical activity, a structure acting as a hub. I find this practical modesty quite appealing. It does not solve the entire mystery at once. It asks for a clean footprint in the mud. Among the structures that drew attention was the thalamus, a pair of deep, egg-shaped masses near the center of the brain. The thalamus is often described as a relay station, though that phrase is a little too tidy. It helps route sensory information, regulates cortical activity, and participates in the difference between wakefulness, sleep, and certain states of unresponsiveness. In anatomical drawings, it sits like a central exchange, with white matter tracks running outward toward the cortex. If consciousness needs widespread coordination, the thalamus is hard to ignore. The brainstem also matters. It is not glamorous, as brain structures go. It looks more like a compact cable trunk than a seat of reflection. Yet its arousal systems help maintain the basic level of wakefulness on which detailed experience depends. Damage to certain brainstem regions can profoundly affect consciousness, which makes a simple point with great force. Before the mind can contemplate a sunset or a theorem, the nervous system has to keep the organism awake enough to have any scene at all. Then there is the cortex, especially networks across the back and front of the brain. Some neurobiological proposals emphasize posterior cortical regions, where perception is richly represented. Others give more weight to frontal and parietal systems involved in attention, report, planning, and flexible control. The argument can become technical very quickly, with fMRI images colored in oranges and blues, EE traces running like small mountain ranges across a monitor, and careful debates over whether a signal reflects awareness itself or the act of saying, "Yes, I saw it." That last distinction is more than academic housekeeping. If a subject presses a button after seeing a shape, the brain activity may include vision, decision, motor preparation, and the tiny administrative burden of following instructions. Biology is generous with confounds. The brain does not separate its paperwork into neat folders for the convenience of researchers. This is one of the small ironies of the field. The closer we look, the more moving parts we find. Crick and Koch also became interested in the claustrum, a thin, irregular sheet of grey matter tucked beneath the cortex. It connects with many cortical areas, which made it tempting to imagine as a coordinator, almost like a conductor, standing in a narrow pit between sections of an orchestra. That image is memorable, though it should be handled carefully. The claustrum may play important roles in attention and integration, but calling it the home of consciousness would be too quick. Biology often punishes elegant labels by turning out to be messier than the label allows. Still, the desire to find a consciousness switch has been persistent. A switch is such a human-friendly object. It has an up position and a down position. It belongs on a wall plate, beside a door, with a small click under the finger. In the brain, the closest things are more like dimmers, valves, and networks of old wiring added at different times. Arousal systems, thalamocortical loops, neuromodulators such as acetylcholine and norepinephrine, cortical feedback, and metabolic state all contribute. If consciousness has switches, they are distributed, chemical, electrical, and deeply inconvenient to draw. Neurobiological approaches have also examined rhythms. Neurons do not merely fire. Populations of neurons synchronize and desynchronize across time. Researchers record oscillations with scalp electrodes, intracranial electrodes in rare clinical settings, or magnetoencephalography in carefully shielded rooms. The equipment itself has a certain plain beauty: braided cables, conductive gel, foam headrests, calibration tones, and a technician asking someone not to blink during the next 10 seconds. Certain rhythms may help bind activity across regions, but no single frequency has become the key. The brain keeps refusing to be a music box with one hidden melody. What makes neurobiology valuable is that it forces consciousness to meet constraints. A theory must fit the anatomy. It must respect timing measured in milliseconds. It must account for chemicals crossing synapses, blood flow changing in tissue, and neurons with axons of particular lengths and conduction speeds. A beautiful idea that ignores the wet, folded, energy-hungry brain is not yet enough. That is a useful pressure, even when it is frustrating. At the same time, reductionism has limits. To say that consciousness depends on neurons is true in the ordinary scientific sense, but it may not tell us how subjective experience emerges from their activity. Knowing the ingredients of ink does not explain the meaning of a letter. Knowing the brass, felt, and spruce in a piano does not fully explain a nocturne. These comparisons are imperfect, but they point toward the same caution. Parts matter, and organization matters, and sometimes the relation between the two is the real puzzle. So biology clarifies and complicates at once. It gives us named structures, measurable signals, and interventions that can change awareness in lawful ways. It also shows that consciousness is not likely to be hidden in one glowing bead of tissue. It is more like a living arrangement among many systems: arousal, perception, attention, memory, body regulation, and report, all moving at once. The neurobiological approach, then, is a disciplined kind of humility. It says, begin with the cells, the circuits, the stains, the electrodes, the patient observations, and the stubborn fact that experience is somehow tied to this warm material organ. The mystery is not removed by that. It is given a place to stand. And from there, the different theories can begin speaking to one another again, each one noticing a different feature of the same difficult brain. This chapter focuses on theories in conversation. In plain terms, theories in conversation means looking at what different explanations of consciousness agree on, where they pull apart, and how researchers decide between them. This matters because no single theory has yet become the settled account of conscious experience. The field advances partly by comparison, the way a careful craftsperson learns by laying two similar tools on the bench and noticing which one fits the hand. A useful image here is not a grand debate hall, but a desk with two notepads side by side. On one pad, someone has drawn a network of boxes and arrows in graphite. On the other, a circular diagram has been sketched in blue ink, with small labels squeezed into the margins. A coffee ring touches the corner of a printed journal article. A laptop screen shows a half-finished spreadsheet, with columns for stimulus, response time, confidence rating, and brain region. This is often how theories actually meet, not as slogans, but as working diagrams. The odd thing is that many consciousness theories are not enemies in the simple sense. They often begin from the same pile of observations. A person sees a word flashed on a screen. Sometimes they report seeing it. Sometimes they do not. An EEG cap records electrical rhythms from the scalp. An fMRI scanner maps changes in blood flow across the cortex. A response box waits under the person's fingers. One button for seen, another for not seen. From these modest materials, theories begin to differ. Most major theories agree that consciousness is not just raw sensory input. A pattern of light reaches the retina, but that alone does not explain why there is an experience of seeing. Something must happen to the signal. It may be amplified. It may be integrated with memory. It may be made available for speech, action, or reflection. It may loop through recurrent pathways until the brain can treat it as more than a passing registration. Attention is one shared concern, though not always given the same role. Some theories treat attention as a kind of gatekeeper, helping certain information become widely available. Others treat it as a nearby process, useful, but not identical with consciousness itself. This distinction sounds small, but it matters. lab task can be designed to separate what a participant attends to from what they later report. The equipment may be ordinary: a monitor, a chin rest, an eye tracker, a grey background, a brief flash of letters. The philosophical weight rests on a few milliseconds. I find this practical side of the subject oddly reassuring. Consciousness can feel like the largest possible question, but it often gets tested with a person pressing a plastic key after seeing a faint square. Integration is another point of overlap. Many researchers suspect that conscious experience involves information being joined together in some structured way. Color, shape, location, memory, bodily state, and expectation do not usually arrive as separate sealed envelopes. They come braided into a single moment. When looking at a ceramic mug on a desk, one does not normally experience whiteness over here, roundness over there, and the possibility of drinking tea somewhere else entirely. The mug appears as one thing. Different theories explain this unity differently. Some emphasize broadcasting across brain systems. Some emphasize intrinsic causal structure. Some emphasize feedback between sensory areas. Some emphasize a higher order awareness of a mental state. The shared question is not whether unity matters, but what kind of unity it is. Reflection adds another layer. Human beings can notice that they are noticing. We can wonder whether a perception was clear or faint. We can say, "I thought I saw something," which is already a delicate little sentence. It contains an experience, a doubt, and a report about one's own mind. Higher order approaches give this reflective layer a central role, while other theories place consciousness earlier, before explicit self-commentary. The disagreement is subtle, but familiar. Anyone who has searched for a misplaced key has felt the difference between seeing, noticing, realizing, and saying so. The deeper disagreement is often about cause and effect. Does information become conscious because it is broadcast widely through the brain, or is the broadcasting a consequence of consciousness already being present? Does recurrent processing generate awareness, or does it provide the conditions under which awareness can be reported? Does reflection create conscious experience, or merely inspect it after the fact? These are not just verbal puzzles. They shape experiments. A researcher might use backward masking, where an image is shown briefly and then interrupted by another image. The participant may not report the first image, even though the brain has processed some of it. Another study might use binocular rivalry, where each eye receives a different image, and perception alternates between them. In a third setup, a participant may rate confidence on a small scale after each trial, perhaps from 1 to 4, with the lab clock ticking above a shelf of cables and spare electrode gel. Each theory predicts a slightly different pattern. One might expect a late, widespread neural signal when a stimulus becomes reportable. Another might look for earlier local feedback in visual cortex. Another might ask whether the system's internal structure has changed in a measurable way. Another might focus on whether the person forms a thought about their own perception. The difficulty is that experiments are not clean windows. They are more like carefully polished lenses, and every lens has a frame. If a study asks for verbal report, it may accidentally measure reportability as much as consciousness. If it removes report, it may lose access to the very evidence it needs. If it uses brain imaging, it may gain spatial detail but lose timing. If it uses EEG, it may gain timing but but blur the anatomical source. This is one of those scientific trade-offs that feels almost domestic. Every tool solves one inconvenience by creating another. Theoretical friction becomes useful here. A theory that disagrees with another theory can force better measurements. It can make researchers define their terms more carefully. It can turn a vague phrase like available to the mind into a timed prediction, a brain region, a behavioral response, or a pattern in a data table. Without disagreement, a theory may become too comfortable, like a notebook full of elegant arrows that never has to survive the rain. This is why comparison papers and adversarial collaborations have become important in consciousness research. In an adversarial collaboration, scientists with different views agree in advance on an experimental design. They decide what outcome would count in favor of one theory or another. It is a hard thing to do well. The wording of a prediction can become slippery. A control condition can be too weak. A task can favor one framework by accident. Still, the attempt is valuable. It brings the disagreement out of the seminar room and into the protocol. One can picture the scene: a conference poster pinned to a fabric board, two researchers standing nearby with paper cups of coffee, discussing whether a late neural response is really a marker of consciousness or merely a marker of saying, "Yes, I saw it." A third person leans in, not to settle the matter, but to ask whether the stimulus was matched for attention. Science is sometimes described as dramatic argument, but much of it is closer to careful housekeeping. Labels must match. Timing must be checked. The broom must reach the corners. What makes this useful to remember is that theories may be partly right at different levels. One account may describe the architecture of access. Another may describe the structure of experience. Another may describe the bodily regulation that supports wakeful awareness. Another may describe the reflective layer that allows a person to say, "I am aware." These may not fit together neatly, but they need not all be discarded because they do different jobs. Still, compatibility has limits. A good theory must risk being wrong. If it can explain every possible result after the fact, it becomes less like a map and more like a soft blanket thrown over the furniture. Pleasant, perhaps, but not very useful for finding the door. The better theories make contact with measurement. They say, in effect, if consciousness depends on this mechanism, then under these conditions we should see that pattern rather than this one. So the conversation among theories is not merely academic politeness. It is a working method. It asks whether attention is necessary or only helpful, whether integration is the engine or the signature, whether reflection is the source of consciousness or a late commentary, whether neural activity must spread across the brain, loop locally, organize information deeply, or become available to thought. At the desk, the two notepads remain open. One has a smudged arrow rubbed thin by an eraser. The other has a margin note that simply says, "Test this." That little phrase may be the most honest object in the room. Consciousness research lives there, between a diagram and a doubt, between a theory that explains too little and one that explains too much. And from that small friction, the next question naturally appears. How do we test something whose most important feature is that it is experienced from the inside? This chapter focuses on empirical challenges. Empirical challenges are the practical difficulties that appear when researchers try to measure consciousness with experiments, instruments, and reports. They exist because experience is private, while science works best with public evidence. So the problem is not only what consciousness is, but how anyone could fairly test a claim about it. A simple image helps here. A magnifying glass resting over a blank page. The glass is useful. It bends light, enlarges edges, reveals fibers in the paper. But if the mark you are looking for is not ink, not dust, not a scratch, the tool may be doing its job perfectly and still leave you with very little to point at. That is the odd situation in consciousness research. The scientist can measure blood flow in a scanner, voltage changes on the scalp, reaction times on a keyboard, pupil size, eye movement, breathing rhythm, and the small click of a finger pressing a plastic button. All of these are real. They can be timed, graphed, repeated, and argued over in conference rooms with lukewarm coffee. But the thing being studied is often something like, did you actually see the red patch? Or was there an experience before you could name it? Reports are the first difficulty. If a participant sees a faint grey circle flash on a screen for 30 milliseconds, the experimenter usually has to ask what happened. The participant may say yes, no, maybe, or I think I saw something, but I would not bet my lunch on it. That last answer is scientifically inconvenient, but it may be the most honest one. A laboratory often tries to tidy this up. A chin rest holds the head steady. A fixation cross sits at the center of a monitor. A response box waits under the fingers, with one button for seen and another for unseen. Sometimes a confidence scale appears, numbered from 1 to 4. This is careful work, and I have a fondness for its humble furniture. Foam earplugs, Velcro straps, alcohol wipes, cables labeled with tape. The grand question of subjective experience often passes through very ordinary plastic, but asking someone to report an experience can change the experience. To answer, the person must attend, remember, decide, and translate the event into language or a button press. Those extra steps may involve brain processes that are not identical to consciousness itself. A report is not a window. It is more like a receipt printed after the fact, useful, but not the same as the meal. This is why some researchers design no-report experiments. Instead of asking the participant what they saw each time, they look for indirect signs, eye movements, pupil changes, neural patterns, or automatic responses. In binocular rivalry, for example, one eye may be shown a red vertical grating, while the other eye is shown a green horizontal grating. Perception tends to alternate. The image does not simply blend. One pattern becomes dominant, then the other. If the eyes make tiny involuntary adjustments when perception switches, researchers may use that as a clue. Still, clues are not the same as proof. An eye tracker can record the cornea's reflection with impressive precision, but it cannot say what red feels like. An EEG cap can detect electrical rhythms through a web of electrodes and conductive gel, but scalp signals are blurred by skull, skin, and distance. Functional MRI can show changes in blood oxygen, but those changes are slow compared with the quick flicker of perception. The scanner is a powerful machine with a heavy table and a humming bore. yet it listens to the brain through an indirect bodily echo. What I find interesting is the mismatch of scale. Conscious experience can change in a fraction of a second. A face appears in a crowd. A word suddenly makes sense. A hidden shape resolves from a pattern of black and white dots. But many instruments collect evidence in averages. Many trials, many participants, many smoothing steps. The living instant becomes a statistical landscape. Visual illusions have become one way to work around this. In masking experiments, a target image is flashed briefly, then followed by another pattern that interferes with awareness of the first. The eyes received the stimulus, but the person may not consciously perceive it. In inattentional blindness tasks, people may miss an obvious object because attention is occupied elsewhere. In continuous flash suppression, one eye receives rapidly changing high-contrast shapes, while the other receives a quieter image that may remain unseen for several seconds. These setups are useful because they separate input from experience. The screen presents something measurable. The retina receives light. Early visual pathways respond. Yet the participant may not report seeing it. Input, processing, output, limitation. The diagram is almost tidy until one remembers that the central output is a sentence spoken by a person who is trying to be accurate about an inner event. If this helps you rest, you can always come back to it another night. If this helps you rest, you can always come back to it another night. If this is useful tonight, saving it for another night is more than enough. Another challenge is that the same brain activity can mean different things. A region may become active because a person is conscious of an image, or because they are preparing to press a button, or because the image is surprising, or because the task is hard. A bright patch on a brain scan can look persuasive on a slide, especially in red and yellow, but it is not a photograph of awareness. It is a processed map of measured change, shaped by assumptions, thresholds, and comparison conditions. This is not a failure of science. It is science being honest about a difficult object. Good experiments narrow the possibilities. They ask modest questions. Does this pattern appear more often when people report seeing the stimulus? Does it disappear under anesthesia, deep sleep, or certain brain injuries? Does it predict later memory? Does stimulation of a region alter perception? Each answer is a small tile, not the whole floor. Clinical settings add another layer of care. In hospitals, researchers and clinicians sometimes study people who cannot easily communicate. Here, the stakes are not abstract. A command such as, "Imagine playing tennis," or "Imagine walking through your house," may be paired with brain imaging to see whether a person can follow instructions internally. The interpretation must be cautious. A signal may suggest preserved cognition in some cases, but absence of a signal does not neatly prove absence of experience. Machines have limits, and so do tasks. That practical caution matters. Consciousness research can attract large claims because the topic is so intimate. Everyone has direct access to their own experience and almost no direct access to anyone else's. This makes the field unusually vulnerable to overstatement. My own preference, if one can have such a thing in a laboratory, is for the experiments that admit their awkwardness. They feel more trustworthy. A method with visible seams is often better than a smooth story that hides the stitching. Even introspection, the oldest instrument, is difficult to calibrate. A person can sit still and observe thoughts, sensations, and attention with great discipline. Traditions of meditation have developed careful vocabularies for this kind of observation, and modern researchers sometimes study experienced practitioners with EEG, fMRI, or behavioral tasks. But first-person reports remain shaped by training, language, expectation, and memory. They are valuable evidence, not automatic certainty. So the empirical challenge is a trade-off between nearness and distance. First-person experience is nearest to the subject, but hardest to compare. Third-person measurement is easier to compare, but farther from the feeling itself. Science works in the narrow passage between them, using screens, scanners, electrodes, questionnaires, illusions, and patient repetition. A good consciousness experiment can feel almost comically plain from the outside. A person watches dots move on a grey background. A researcher checks a spreadsheet. A computer stores timestamps in a folder with a dull name like Subject 044, Session 2. Yet inside that plainness is one of the strangest questions available to thought. How does a physical system become a point of view? For now, the evidence remains indirect, but not useless. Indirect evidence is how much of science proceeds. No one sees gravity itself in a jar. One watches falling objects, curved paths, and instruments leaning by tiny degrees. Consciousness may require a similar patience. We study its edges. What changes when it appears? What remains when it fades? What conditions make rapport possible? And what the instruments consistently refuse to settle. And with that, the problem becomes less like finding a hidden object on a desk, and more like learning the habits of something that only shows itself through traces. A button press, a changed pupil, a missed image, a remembered dream, a careful sentence after a pause. The page is not exactly blank after all. It is covered with faint impressions, and the magnifying glass is still useful, even when it cannot reveal everything. This chapter focuses on consciousness and sleep. Consciousness and sleep is the study of how awareness changes when the waking mind gives way to sleeping stages. It matters because sleep does not simply switch consciousness off. It rearranges attention, memory, sensation, and self-awareness in regular patterns. For researchers, sleep offers a natural experiment, repeated every night, in which the borders of experience become easier to notice. A sleep chart looks, at first, rather unromantic. In a laboratory, it may begin with small metal electrodes, a dab of conductive gel, a paper measuring tape, and a technician parting the hair to place sensors on the scalp. More sensors may sit near the eyes, under the chin, and sometimes on the chest or legs. The resulting record, often called a polysomnogram, turns a night of breathing, dreaming, shifting, and stillness into rows of lines. Those lines are not consciousness itself, of course. They are electrical traces, muscle tone, eye movements, heart rhythms, and breathing patterns. But they are useful clues. A sleeping person cannot easily pause in the middle of the night and give a tidy report. So the instruments do what instruments often do. They translate a private state into something visible enough to compare. Sleep is usually described in stages. In light sleep, often called N1, awareness thins but does not vanish. A person may hear a door close, feel the pillow seam against the cheek, or drift through brief images that are not quite dreams yet. These little edge-of-sleep fragments can be oddly vivid, a falling sensation, a sentence that seems important, a face appearing and dissolving before it has any story. Then comes N2 sleep, with patterns called sleep spindles and K-complexes. The names sound like parts from a small workshop, which I rather like. A spindle is a short burst of rhythmic brain activity, narrow and neat on the tracing. A K-complex is a larger wave, as if the sleeping brain has made a broad mark with a dark pencil. Scientists continue to study exactly what these patterns do, but they seem connected to how the brain manages outside signals and internal processing during sleep. Deeper non-REM sleep, often called N3, has slow waves. On an EEG page, they look spacious and heavy, rising and falling across the graph like long swells in dark water. During this stage, reports of experience are often sparse. If someone is awakened, they may say they were aware of very little, or of nothing they can clearly describe. And yet, the brain is not inactive. It is organized differently, with large regions falling into slower shared rhythms. This is one reason sleep matters for theories of consciousness. It shows that the brain can be intensely active without producing ordinary waking awareness. The practical truth is almost annoyingly simple. Activity alone is not enough. The pattern, timing, connection, and accessibility of that activity seem to matter. A furnace can be hot, a clock can be busy, and a city can be lit at midnight. None of those facts alone tells us what it is like to be inside them. REM sleep complicates the picture further. During rapid eye movement sleep, the eyes flick beneath closed lids. Muscle tone is strongly reduced, and dreams are often more visual, emotional, and narrative. A dream may include staircases that lead into kitchens, school corridors with impossible windows, or a conversation with someone who has been absent for years. The sleeping person may accept all of it with remarkable trust. The odd thing is that REM dreaming can feel conscious from the inside, even while the dreamer is cut off from the desk, the blanket, the clock, and the ordinary room. The brain is generating a world, then inhabiting it. Some regions involved in visual and emotional processing may be quite active. Areas associated with reflective control and careful reality checking may be less engaged than in waking life, though the picture is not perfectly simple. If this helps you rest, you can always come back to it another night. If this helped the room feel softer, you can save it and return later. If this helped the room feel softer, you can save it and return later. Lucid dreaming adds a small, fascinating wrinkle. In a lucid dream, the dreamer becomes aware that they are dreaming while the dream continues. This is not common for everyone, and it varies widely, but it has been studied in sleep laboratories. In some experiments, trained lucid dreamers have signaled from within REM sleep using prearranged eye movements. Because the eyes remain partly controllable even while much of the body is not moving, that detail feels almost like a polite message slipped under a locked door. The dreamer cannot sit up and speak into a microphone, but can move the eyes left and right in a pattern. On the recording, Those movements appear as marks, linking a first-person report with a third-person measurement. It is a modest bridge, but a real one. Lucid dreaming matters because it brings metacognition into sleep. The mind does not merely have an experience, it notices something about the experience. This is a dream, is a thought about the state of thinking itself. In waking life, that kind of self-reflection can feel ordinary. In sleep, it becomes more revealing because it appears inside a state where reality testing is often softened. A closed journal on a bedside table can be a surprisingly serious research tool here. Many dream studies rely on reports written just after waking, before the images evaporate. A pencil, a dated page, and a few hurried nouns can preserve what the morning will otherwise edit away. I find this both useful and faintly comic. One of the strangest forms of consciousness we know is often recorded in handwriting that says, "Blue train, grandmother, no ceiling, forgot shoes." Of course, dream reports have limits. Memory changes quickly after waking. Language tidies things that may not have been tidy. A dream with no stable sequence can become a story because stories are what we know how to tell. This is a small inconvenience, but also an important caution. Sleep gives us evidence, not a perfect window. Neural changes across sleep cycles help explain some of these shifting boundaries. During the night, the brain moves through repeated cycles of non-REM and REM sleep, often shown as a hypnogram, a stepped line descending and rising across the hours. Chemical systems also change. Levels of neurotransmitters linked with alertness and attention are not the same in REM sleep, deep sleep, and waking. The thalamus, cortex, brainstem, and other networks alter their conversations. A simple way to picture it is this. Sensory input is reduced, internal activity continues, and different networks gain or lose influence. The output is not one single thing called unconsciousness. It is a range of states. Sometimes there is little reportable experience. Sometimes there are dream scenes. Sometimes there is self-awareness inside the dream. The limitation is that we infer much of this from awakenings, instruments, and memory, all of which are imperfect tools. What makes sleep especially useful is that it resists the old on-off idea. Consciousness does not behave like a desk switch. It behaves more like a set of dimmers, shutters, timers, and old wiring in a house where not every room is connected to the hall. Some capacities fade, while others remain. Sensation narrows. Imagination expands. The self becomes patchy, then returns, often without ceremony, when the alarm clock begins its small plastic complaint. So sleep reveals the boundary of consciousness, not as a wall but as a coastline. At low tide, more structure appears. At high tide, much is covered. Dreams, deep sleep, and lucid moments show different parts of the same terrain. And as the night turns through its cycles, awareness keeps changing shape, preparing us to consider other unusual states without assuming too quickly that waking life is the only standard by which experience should be measured. Here, we examine altered states. Altered states is how does awareness shift with music, meditation, or fatigue? It existed because chemical and natural causes of shifts. The useful thing is to understand the ordinary pressure underneath it before the details start to pile up. Now, altered states. Altered states are changes in awareness, attention, body feeling, or self-sense that differ from our usual waking mode. People have sought them for many reasons. To pray, to endure hardship, to make art, to heal in ritual settings, to focus at work, or simply to understand what the mind can do when its ordinary habits loosen. They remind us that normal consciousness is not a fixed room, but more like a desk with movable objects on it. A pair of headphones, a stick of sandalwood incense, a small bronze meditation bell, and a notebook with a dull pencil can all be tools for shifting awareness. None of them is magical by itself. The change comes from repetition, expectation, sound, posture, breathing, and attention, arranged in a certain order. A bell rings. The body becomes still, the eyes lower, and the mind begins to notice its own weather. Trance is one of the oldest altered states we know by description and practice. It may involve drumming, chanting, dance, rocking, prayer, or a repeated visual pattern. In plain mechanism, rhythm gives the brain a steady input. Attention narrows around that input. Ordinary distractions have less room to compete. The output may be absorption, reduced self-consciousness, or a feeling that time has changed its pace. A frame drum made of wood and stretched hide does something quite practical here. It provides a pulse that the body can follow without counting. Footsteps, clapping hands, beads moving through fingers, or a repeated phrase can do similar work. I find it interesting that many sophisticated states of consciousness begin with something almost embarrassingly simple. A beat, a breath, a word, a task repeated until the mind stops negotiating with it. Flow is a more secular cousin of trance, though it usually arrives wearing work clothes. A potter trimming a bowl on a wheel, a violinist practicing scales, a climber testing a hold, or a programmer following a stubborn line of code may enter a state where action and attention fit closely together. The task must be difficult enough to matter, but not so difficult that it collapses into frustration. That is the practical trade-off. Too easy, and the mind wanders. Too hard, and the desk becomes a mess of dropped pencils. In flow, the sense of self often becomes less noisy. Not absent, exactly, but less chatty. The hand reaches, the tool moves. The next correction appears. Later, people may say they lost track of time. From the outside, nothing supernatural has happened. From the inside, the usual commentator has stepped back from the microphone, which is sometimes a great mercy. Meditation gives us another set of altered states, and here the details matter. In some Buddhist practices, a person sits on a cushion, keeps the spine upright, and watches the breath at the nostrils, or the rise and fall of the abdomen. In other forms, attention rests on compassion, a mantra, a koan, or the changing field of sensations. The aim is not always relaxation. Often it is careful observation, seeing thoughts appear, persist for a moment, and vanish without needing to turn each one into a small legal case. This matters for theories of consciousness, because meditation treats awareness as something that can be trained and inspected, Not perfectly, of course. Introspection has limits, and traditions disagree about interpretation. But the disciplined observation of experience is not a trivial thing. Long before brain scanners and reaction time experiments, people were already testing attention with breath, posture, silence, bells, robes, meal rituals, and long hours of practice. I would not replace neuroscience with that history, but I would also not dismiss it as decoration. Chemical causes show the same general lesson in a different way. Caffeine, alcohol, anesthetics, cannabis, and psychedelic compounds can alter perception, mood, memory, and the feeling of self. They do this through physical routes. Molecules bind to receptors. Neural signaling changes. Networks shift their balance, and experience takes on a different shape. The limitation is just as important. A chemical can change the conditions of consciousness, but it does not automatically explain why experience exists at all. That distinction is worth keeping on the desk. If a cup of coffee sharpens the morning, or a prescribed anesthetic removes awareness during surgery, then consciousness is clearly sensitive to chemistry. Yet sensitivity is not the same as explanation. A radio changes when the dial moves, but that alone does not settle every question about the broadcast. The radio analogy can be overused and a little slippery, but it captures the old philosophical uncertainty. Is the brain generating consciousness, filtering it, organizing it, or doing some mixture of things we have not named well yet? Natural conditions can shift awareness too. Fatigue makes thoughts granular and oddly sticky. Fasting may change bodily salience. Grief can make a kitchen table look unfamiliar. Fever, pain, isolation, and intense exercise can narrow the world to a few sensations. Breath in the throat, fabric against skin, the pressure of a shoe sole, the ticking of a wall clock. These are not all desirable states, and some can be risky or distressing. Still, they show how dependent ordinary consciousness is on blood sugar, temperature, hormones, sleep pressure, and the body's steady maintenance work. Near-death experiences are often discussed here, though carefully. People have reported tunnels, lights, out-of-body perspectives, meetings with figures, and powerful feelings of clarity. Neuroscience offers possible contributing factors, including oxygen changes, stress chemistry, memory construction, and altered activity in brain networks. Some reports remain personally profound and scientifically difficult to interpret. What feels most responsible is to hold both facts at once. The experiences are real as experiences, but they do not by themselves settle the metaphysics. Lucid dreaming sits near the border of this chapter and the one on sleep. A lucid dreamer realizes, while dreaming, that a dream is taking place. That small recognition is remarkable. It is metacognition inside a simulated world, thinking about thinking, while the bedroom is largely out of reach. People use reality checks, dream journals, alarms, and practiced intention to encourage it, though results vary. A pencil beside the bed can become part of the experiment, waiting for whatever fragments survive the morning. Ritual settings also shape altered states through social design. A Zen meditation hall, a church service with call and response singing, a Sufi dhikr gathering, a laboratory flotation tank, and a music festival all arrange bodies, sound, expectation, and timing. Shoes may come off. Phones may be put away. A door may close at a particular hour. The group teaches the nervous system what kind of attention is expected. The odd thing is that consciousness, which feels private from the inside, is often tuned by architecture, clothing, schedules, and other people breathing nearby. This is one reason altered states are useful to remember now. They show that the ordinary mind is not a single default setting. It is maintained. It depends on meals, sleep, posture, language, light, habit, social cues, and the stories we bring into a room. Change the input. Change the rhythm. Change the expectation. And the field of experience may tilt. None of this proves one grand theory of consciousness. It gives us a more modest gift. Altered states reveal the seams. They show where attention can narrow, where selfhood can soften, where time can stretch, where perception can become vivid or unstable. They make normal waking life look less obvious, which is often where philosophy begins doing its better work. And so the changing mind becomes a kind of instrument, imperfect but revealing. A bell, a drum, a breath, a molecule, a dream journal, a repeated prayer, a difficult craft. Each one presses lightly on consciousness and shows a different response. From there, the question widens again, because if awareness can vary so much within human life, we may wonder how it appears in other living creatures, with their different bodies, senses, and worlds. This chapter focuses on consciousness in other animals. Animal consciousness is the possibility that non-human creatures have experiences of their own, not just reactions from nerves and muscle. For scientists, the idea matters because behavior can look both mechanical and meaningful. It gives us a careful way to ask whether a crow, a dog, an octopus, or a bee has some private point of view behind its visible movements. A small paw print on a notebook, beside a fallen feather, is not evidence by itself. It is only a mark in paper fibers, a little mud pressed into a page. But it does remind us of the practical problem. Animals leave traces everywhere, while their inner lives remain out of reach. A cat waits by a door at the right hour. A raven hides food under leaves and later moves it if another raven was watching. A dog tilts its head at a familiar word, then brings the wrong slipper with absolute confidence. The world gives us behavior, posture, timing, error, correction. From those materials we try to infer experience. The older habit was to be very cautious. Some researchers treated animal behavior almost like clockwork. Input, process, output. Light enters the eye, nerves fire, the body turns. A bell rings, salivation follows. That approach was useful in its way. It kept observation tidy. It encouraged clipboards, stopwatches, maze arms, food pellets, and clean comparisons. But it could also become a little too tidy. What I find interesting is that the more carefully people watched animals, the harder it became to pretend that all of their actions were simple reflexes. Consider the New Caledonian crow with a strip of wire. In one well-known kind of experiment, a bird may bend a wire into a hook to lift food from a narrow tube. The materials are plain: wire, glass tube, small basket, morsel of meat. The action has a sequence. The crow notices the problem, changes the tool, tests it, adjusts it, and retrieves the reward. No single trial proves an inner world. Still, problem-solving of this sort suggests flexible attention, not just a fixed routine. The animal is not merely bumping into the answer like a wind-up toy on a table edge. Scrub jays offer another useful clue. They cache food in many places, often in soil, bark, or trays filled with sand. Later, they may return to recover it. Some studies suggest that these birds can behave differently depending on who has watched them hide the food. A bird that has stolen from others may be more likely to re-hide its own cache when observed. The interpretation is debated, as it should be. But the pattern raises a delicate possibility. Perhaps the bird is tracking not only objects, but other minds. At the very least, it is tracking social risk with admirable thrift. Mirror self-recognition has become one of the most famous tests, partly because it is so visually simple. A mark is placed where the animal cannot see it without a mirror, often on the forehead or face. Then researchers watch whether the animal uses the mirror to inspect its own body. Great apes, dolphins, elephants, and magpies have all been discussed in this context, though methods and interpretations vary. The mirror is a polished surface, but also a philosophical trap. Passing the test may indicate some form of self-recognition. Failing it may only show that mirrors are not very important to that animal's way of living. A dog, after all, may care more about a scent on a gatepost than a reflection in glass. That is one of the practical trade-offs in this field. Human beings design the tests. We choose mirrors, buttons, painted dots, puzzle boxes, computer screens, levers, and reward schedules. Then we ask whether animals perform well in our little offices of meaning. This does not make the research useless. It simply means the tools carry human assumptions, like chalk dust on a sleeve. A creature that lives through smell, vibration, water pressure, magnetic cues, or ultraviolet patterns may not reveal itself neatly through a tabletop puzzle. Octopuses make this point especially well. In aquariums, they explore jars, lids, valves, shells, and plastic toys with arms lined by suckers. Their nervous systems are distributed in a way that feels almost like a challenge to our mammal-centered imagination. Much of their neural processing is in the arms, not only in a central brain. An octopus can unscrew a jar, squeeze through a small opening, change skin texture, and investigate an object with a patience that looks to the human eye, very much like curiosity. But we should be careful. Looks like is not the same as is. Still, if consciousness comes in many shapes, it would be odd to expect all of it to wear a primate face. Play is another clue, and a rather charming one. Young mammals wrestle, chase, pounce, and pause. Ravens slide down snowy roofs. Some bumblebee experiments have been interpreted as play-like behavior, with bees rolling small wooden balls when no food reward is required. The apparatus in such work can be wonderfully modest. A clear arena, little balls, sugar solution in a dish, video recording from above. Play matters because it is not always obviously useful in the moment. It may help bodies learn, strengthen social bonds, or rehearse future skills. But in the present, it has a surplus quality. The animal seems to be doing something because doing it has value. Empathy, or something near it, is harder to measure, but not impossible to approach. Rats have been studied in situations where one animal can release another from a small restraining tube. Elephants have been observed touching and investigating the bones of other elephants. Chimpanzees comfort distressed companions. Dogs often respond to human attention, pointing, tone, and routine with a sensitivity that any household recognizes, especially when dinner is 10 minutes late and the bowl has become a moral issue. These examples do not all mean the same thing. Empathy has layers, from emotional contagion to perspective taking, but they suggest that animal social life is not merely a set of moving bodies. It may include felt relations. Pain and distress also shape the discussion, though we can speak of them without dwelling on harsh details. Many animals protect injured parts, avoid harmful places, learn from unpleasant events, and seek relief. Fish, birds, mammals, and cephalopods have all entered ethical and legal debates because their behavior and nervous systems suggest capacities that deserve caution. The humane question is not whether we can prove animal experience with mathematical certainty. We cannot even do that for another person in the strictest philosophical sense. The more useful question is what kind of evidence should change our conduct. I have a quiet preference here for erring on the side of modest mercy. Not because every beetle is secretly writing poetry in the grass, but because certainty is a poor requirement when the stakes belong to someone else's body. Farmers, veterinarians, lab technicians, pet owners, zookeepers, and wildlife researchers make practical judgments every day. They choose cage size, enrichment objects, anesthetic protocols, transport crates, water quality, shade, bedding, and handling time. Ethics in this area is often less like a grand declaration and more like a stainless steel food bowl washed properly, a perch placed at the right height, or a shelter that keeps rain off an animal's back. The limits remain real. We cannot climb inside a bat's sonar world, a whale's long-distance acoustic life, or a spider's web sensitive attention. We can record brain activity, track behavior, compare anatomy, and design clever tests. We can notice when an animal learns, grieves, deceives, cooperates, or plays. But the private texture of its experience stays partly hidden. The odd thing is that this does not make the question smaller. It makes it more disciplined. We learn to live with degrees of confidence, rather than declarations carved in stone. So animal consciousness asks for a special kind of humility. It invites us to notice the magpie at the window, the horse turning an ear toward a familiar footstep, the octopus tasting a jar lid with its arms, the crow watching where another crow has looked. These are not proofs in the old, absolute sense. They are clues gathered from feathers, mud, glass, wire, fur, water, and repeated attention. And before we turn toward artificial intelligence and awareness, it is worth remembering that Earth is already crowded with minds we do not fully understand. This chapter focuses on artificial intelligence and awareness. Artificial intelligence and awareness is the question of whether a machine that processes information could also have experience from the inside. The question became practical when computers stopped being only arithmetic tools and began to recognize faces, translate sentences, steer vehicles, and answer in ordinary language. It matters because our tools are beginning to imitate some of the outward signs we once associated with minds. A keyboard beside a circuit diagram makes a useful little still life for this problem. Plastic keys, copper traces, a printed motherboard, a mug of tea cooling beside the desk. Nothing in that arrangement looks especially mysterious. A key is pressed. An electrical signal changes. Software receives an input, and a pattern of output appears on the screen. Input, process, output. That is the calm diagram. The difficult part is asking whether anything is present behind the process, or whether the whole performance is just very elaborate plumbing made of silicon, code, and probability. Alan Turing gave the modern discussion one of its cleanest tests in 1950. Instead of asking whether a machine can think, he suggested a more practical question. Could a machine use typed conversation well enough that a human judge, separated by a screen, could not reliably tell it from a person? The setup had a lovely office-like plainness to it. Questions, answers, a terminal, no face, no voice, no trembling hands, no glance toward the window. Turing's point was partly to avoid endless arguments about the word thinking. Watch the behavior, he suggested. See what the machine can do. The Turing test remains useful because it strips away a great deal of prejudice. A machine does not need a human skull, a warm forehead, or a slightly messy handwriting style to produce intelligent-looking answers. But the test also has a limit, and it is not a small one. Passing as conscious is not the same as being conscious. A wax apple may look convincing in a bowl, but it does not bruise, ripen, or attract fruit flies. The comparison is imperfect, as comparisons usually are, but the practical point holds. Good imitation can tell us something about performance without settling the question of inner experience. Current artificial intelligence is very good at certain kinds of performance. A large language model receives text, breaks it into small units, compares patterns across vast training data, and predicts what is likely to come next. The machinery behind this can involve racks of graphics processors, high-speed memory, fiber optic cables, cooling systems, and metal cabinets in data centers, where the air has that dry, filtered, fan-driven feeling. The output may be a poem, a legal summary, a recipe for lentils, or an answer about consciousness. The odd thing is that the same statistical engine can produce sentences about longing, weather, medieval theology, and replacement refrigerator parts. Human language is very broad. Probability has learned to walk around in it. Whether that counts as awareness is another matter. Many researchers would say that present systems simulate aspects of intelligent conversation, without evidence of subjective experience. They do not appear to have a stable point of view, a living body with needs, a continuous memory of a life, or a felt world organized around hunger, pain, fatigue, curiosity, and consequence. They can describe the smell of rain on concrete without having stood at a bus stop under a leaking shelter. That difference feels important to me, not because biology is magical, but because bodies keep accounts. They pay costs. They bump into table legs. They run out of sugar, sleep, oxygen, and patience. Still, the debate is not settled by pointing at metal and saying, "Surely not." Some philosophers defend functionalism, the view that what matters is not the material but the organization of the system. If the right causal pattern exists, perhaps awareness could exist in carbon, silicon, or some other substrate. Others argue that biological processes may be essential, not as decoration, but as part of what consciousness is. John Searle's famous Chinese room argument presses on this point. A person inside a room could follow a rule book for manipulating Chinese symbols without understanding Chinese. From outside, the answers might look fluent. Inside, there may be syntax without meaning. That argument has been debated for decades, and it has not politely retired. Critics reply that the whole room, not the person inside, might be the understanding system. Supporters answer that this only moves the mystery around. I rather like that inconvenience. It keeps the question from becoming too tidy. Machines force philosophers to specify what they mean by understanding, and philosophers force engineers to admit that a fluent output is not automatically a mind. In a robotics laboratory, the question takes on another texture. A wheeled robot may use cameras, LiDAR, rubber tires, aluminum brackets, and a map stored in memory to cross a hallway without hitting a chair. A household vacuum cleaner nudges a table leg, backs up, turns, and tries again with the patience of a small, blunt beetle. These systems connect perception to action in a physical world. They have feedback loops. They correct errors. They encounter dust, carpet edges, battery limits, and the surprising geometry of laundry left on the floor. Embodiment may matter because awareness in living creatures is not merely description. It is orientation. It is a way of being situated. But again, caution helps. A thermostat responds to temperature. A camera responds to light. A chess program responds to positions on a board. Responsiveness alone is not enough. We can build a scale with many steps. Simple sensing, flexible learning, self-monitoring, long-term planning, social communication, and perhaps something like a model of oneself. Where awareness would enter that scale is unclear. The sensible answer, for now, may be that we do not know, and that not knowing is better than pretending the boundary is obvious. The moral side of the question arrives before the metaphysics is finished. If a future machine could plausibly suffer, desire, or care about its continued existence, then its treatment would become an ethical matter. If it only imitates those states, then we still face another problem. Humans are easily moved by imitation. A voice assistant with a polite tone, a blinking cursor, and a name printed on a plastic cylinder can draw social responses from people who know perfectly well it is software. The trade-off is awkward. Designing machines to seem companionable may make them easier to use, but it may also blur our habits of sympathy. This is why the question matters now. Even if machine consciousness remains unproven, it affects how we build systems, how we describe them, and how carefully we separate capability from experience. A program may outperform a person at pattern recognition and still have no inner life. A human child may fail a logic puzzle and still live in a richly felt world of scraped knees, favorite spoons, feared closets, and morning light. Intelligence and consciousness overlap in us, but they may not be the same thing. The future may give us stranger cases than the present can settle. Systems may gain persistent memory, bodies, goals, senses, and social histories. They may report uncertainty about themselves. They may ask not to be turned off. Such reports would not prove awareness, but they would make the old office test feel rather thin, less like a final answer, more like a typewriter on a large and unfinished desk. For now, artificial intelligence offers a mirror with wires behind it. It reflects language, reasoning, preference, and personality like patterns back toward us. Yet the mirror may be empty, or it may be the early surface of something we do not yet know how to recognize. What makes this useful to remember is simple enough. Machines are teaching us that outward intelligence can be manufactured, while inward experience remains stubbornly difficult to locate. And from that careful uncertainty, the next question can widen beyond technology, toward the many cultures and traditions that have tried to name awareness in their own ways. This chapter focuses on cultural views on consciousness. Cultural views on consciousness are the ways different societies describe awareness, selfhood, soul, mind, attention, and inner life. These views helped people make sense of dreams, memory, moral responsibility, ritual experience, grief, illness, and the strange fact that a person can notice their own noticing. They also gave communities shared words for experiences that are otherwise very private. On a desk, this subject might look like a small, careful collection, a string of sandalwood prayer beads, a calligraphy brush with a dark lacquer handle, a palm leaf manuscript pierced by a cord, a bronze figurine from a temple shop, a rosary with worn wooden decades, an inkstone, slightly hollowed where water and ink have been ground together by hand. None of these objects proves a theory of consciousness, but each belongs to a practice. And practices are often where cultures place their ideas about the mind. In many Buddhist traditions, consciousness is not treated as a permanent owner sitting behind the eyes. It is examined as part of a changing process. Classical Buddhist analysis often speaks of aggregates, or skandhas, form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. These are not presented as a little person inside a person, but as components that arise and pass. A sensation appears, a label forms, a mood colors it, a habit responds. Then the whole arrangement shifts again. What I find useful here is the practical tone of it. The question is not only, what is the self made of? It is also, what happens if you sit still long enough to watch the self being assembled? A meditation cushion, a monastery bell, a robe folded over one shoulder, and a breath counted again and again become tools for investigating experience. Not laboratory tools exactly, more like domestic tools for attention, as ordinary as a broom, though used for a subtler kind of sweeping. In Hindu philosophical traditions, especially those shaped by the Upanishads and later Vedanta, the language can move in a different direction. Here one often finds the idea of Atman, the deepest self, and its relationship to Brahman, the ultimate reality. Different schools interpret this relationship in different ways, and it would be too simple to flatten them into one view. Still, the broad contrast is interesting. Some traditions ask us to look for the self and find no fixed owner. Others ask us to look deeply enough to find a self more fundamental than personality, memory, and changing mood. The trade-off is worth noticing. A tradition that dissolves the self may help explain why identity feels unstable. A tradition that deepens the self may help explain why consciousness feels more spacious than any single thought. Neither move is careless. Both are attempts to speak about an experience that does not sit neatly on a shelf, even if scholars have filled many shelves trying. In Greek thought, the psyche could mean breath, life, soul, or mind, depending on the context. Plato, Aristotle, Stoic writers, and later commentators did not all mean the same thing by it. Aristotle's De Anima, often translated as On the Soul, is not simply a religious text in the modern sense. It is also a study of living functions, nutrition, perception, movement, thought. The soul in that frame is not a ghostly extra added to the body, but the form or organizing principle of a living thing. A plant has one kind of life, an animal another, a human being another still. That old vocabulary can feel distant, but the problem is familiar. When a person loses consciousness, sleeps, dreams, remembers, or speaks, something changes in the living arrangement. Greek philosophers did not have brain scanners, but they did have careful distinctions: wax tablets, styluses, public debates, and a taste for sorting things into categories. Philosophers are sometimes accused of oversorting. In this case, I have some sympathy. The mind almost invites it, then refuses to stay sorted. In many Islamic intellectual traditions, discussions of consciousness and selfhood have involved terms such as nafs, often translated as self or soul, ruh, spirit, and aql, intellect or reason. These words appear in theology, philosophy, ethics, poetry, and Sufi practice, with different shades of meaning. A scholar at a wooden lectern, a student copying Arabic script with a reed pen, a reciter shaping syllables with breath and memory. All of these belong to worlds where awareness is not just a private mental event. It is connected to discipline, responsibility, remembrance, and the refinement of attention. In Chinese traditions, one important word is xin, often translated as heart-mind. That hyphen is doing real work. It reminds English speakers that some languages do not divide feeling and thinking as sharply as we often do. In Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist-influenced contexts, xin may involve intention, emotion, perception, moral cultivation, and responsiveness to the world. A calligraphy brush helps here as an object lesson. The stroke is physical, but also mental. The wrist, breath, ink, paper, posture, and intention meet in a single black line. If the hand hesitates, the paper knows. Language matters because it sets the handles by which experience can be picked up. English says mind and body, as if two nouns can settle the matter. Other languages may say heart-mind, breath-soul, life-force, inner witness, or personhood. These are not just decorative variations. They guide attention. If a culture gives you a word for watching thought arise, you may learn to notice that act more easily. If it gives you a word joining emotion and cognition, you may be less tempted to pretend they are cleanly separate machines. Among some indigenous and regional traditions, personhood may also be understood relationally, shaped by land, ancestors, animals, kinship, ritual obligation, and place. It is important not to turn these living traditions into museum labels. Still, the contrast is valuable. A self can be imagined not as a sealed container, but as a node in a wider field of relationships. A carved wooden mask, a woven sash, a clan name, a seasonal ceremony, or a story told beside a cooking fire may carry ideas about awareness that are not written as philosophical definitions, but lived as memory and practice. Rituals for changing or deepening awareness appear across cultures with striking regularity. Repeated prayer, chanting, breath control, fasting in some religious contexts, drumming, pilgrimage, solitary retreat, slow copying of sacred text. These practices do different things in different traditions, and they should not be treated as interchangeable. But the basic mechanism can be described plainly. Repeated sensory patterns narrow or reshape attention. Posture and breath influence the felt rhythm of the body. Shared words create shared expectation, and the person interprets the resulting experience through a cultural frame. A monk counting breaths on a cushion, a Sufi turning in a measured circle, a nun praying the hours from a small book, a calligrapher grinding ink before writing a sutra, a cantor following a marked page. Each is working with attention through a material routine. The body does not vanish. Knees ache. Beads click. Paper absorbs ink unevenly. Someone has to sweep the floor afterward. That practical side matters because it keeps the study of consciousness from floating away into pure abstraction. Dreams are another place where cultures have built elaborate maps of mind. Some traditions treat dreams as messages, some as illusions, some as morally significant, some as ordinary mental residue, and some as opportunities for disciplined awareness. Tibetan dream yoga, for example, uses dreaming as a field for recognizing the constructed quality of experience. Other religious traditions distinguish between ordinary dreams and dreams considered spiritually meaningful. Modern science approaches dreams differently, but the cultural question remains. When the world appears without the usual world being present, what exactly is the mind doing? No single cultural model has all the answers. That is not a failure. It is part of the evidence. Consciousness is approached through meditation halls, temples, libraries, clinics, family rituals, poetry, grammar, and grief. Each setting notices something and misses something. A neuroscientific account may describe mechanisms with admirable restraint, but it can struggle to capture lived meaning. A spiritual tradition may preserve subtle observations of attention, but it may also make claims that cannot be tested in the same way as a laboratory prediction. The sober position, I think, is neither dismissal nor surrender. Cultural views are not all scientifically equivalent, and they are not merely quaint stories either. They are long records of people trying to understand the first-person fact of being alive. They show how the mind is not only studied, it is trained, named, feared, comforted, disciplined, and sometimes quietly mistrusted. So this chapter leaves us with a modest but durable point. Before consciousness became a problem for scanners, equations, and experimental protocols, it was already a problem for language, ritual, ethics, and daily life. People noticed the dream, the breath, the guilty thought, the wandering mind, the moment of sudden clarity, the self in the mirror. Then they reached for beads, brushes, songs, arguments and stories, trying to give form to what appears from within and disappears the moment we try to hold it still. From here, the next question becomes more personal and more slippery. How well can any of us really observe our own mind? This chapter focuses on the limits of introspection. Introspection is the act of looking inward and reporting what seems to be happening in one's own mind. It has been useful because private experience is not directly available to anyone else, not to a philosopher with a notebook, and not to a scientist with a scanner. If we want to know what pain feels like, what red looks like, or why someone chose tea instead of coffee, at some point we have to ask the person. A hand resting on a closed diary is a good image for the problem. The diary may contain honest entries, careful dates, a pressed receipt from a train station cafe, and a list written in blue ballpoint ink, but the cover is still closed. Even when it opens, the handwriting may skip over the most important part. A person can write, "I was annoyed because the meeting ran long," while the actual cause may have been hunger, embarrassment, a hard chair, or the small unfairness of being interrupted twice before speaking. Early psychology took introspection seriously as a method. In laboratories associated with Wilhelm Wundt and later Edward Titchener, trained observers were asked to describe sensations with care. A metronome might tick on a wooden table. A patch of color might be shown for a measured interval. The observer would report brightness, duration, afterimage, warmth, strain, or attention. It was a disciplined practice, almost like learning to taste tea without immediately saying whether one likes it. The odd thing is that this method was both necessary and unreliable. It gave psychology access to experience, while also making experience slippery the moment it was described. One limit is simple timing. Much of the mind works before a report can be made. A face is recognized before a name arrives. A sentence sounds grammatical before one can explain the grammar. A hand reaches for the familiar mug on the left side of the desk without consulting a committee. Input comes in through the eyes, ears, skin, and body. The brain sorts, compares, predicts, and acts. Then consciousness receives something like a summary, already edited. The report is not false exactly. It is just late. Psychologists Richard Nisbett and Timothy Wilson famously argued that people often have limited access to the mental processes behind their judgments. In some studies, people gave confident explanations for choices that may have been shaped by factors they did not notice. A display of identical stockings, for example, could produce a preference for an item's position on the table, while the person explained the choice in terms of texture or quality. The detail is almost comic in its ordinariness. A row of nylon stockings, a shop counter, a polite answer, and a reason invented after the hand has already moved. This does not mean people are foolish. It means self-knowledge is built from clues. We notice our own actions, feelings, memories, and social habits, then make a reasonable story from them. Often, the story is useful enough. If someone says they avoid late trains because they dislike crowded platforms, that may be a good practical summary, but it may leave out tired feet, a bad experience years ago, or the sour smell of wet wool coats in a packed carriage. Introspection sees some furniture in the room, not the whole floor plan. Another helpful line of evidence comes from choice blindness experiments. In versions of these studies, participants are shown two faces, choose the one they prefer, and are then sometimes handed the face they did not choose. Many people fail to notice the switch and go on to explain why they selected it. The mechanism is plain enough. The visual choice is made. The item is swapped. The person is asked for reasons, and the mind supplies a coherent account. The limitation sits at the end of the chain. Explanation can be fluent, even when the premise is wrong. If you're still up and listening, feel free to like and subscribe. Topic requests are welcome below. Hidden biases show another boundary. A person may sincerely value fairness and still make quicker associations shaped by language, neighborhood, schooling, advertising, workplace norms, or repeated images seen over many years. Tests of implicit association are debated in their interpretation, and no single measure should be treated like a perfect moral instrument. Still, the broader point is sturdy. Not every influence announces itself at the door. Some arrive like dust on a windowsill, a little each day, until the surface has changed color. What I find useful here is the practical modesty of it. Introspection is not a royal road straight into the mind. It is more like checking a workshop after the craftsperson has gone home. Shavings are on the floor. A clamp is still tight. The cedar board smells fresh where it was cut. From these signs, one can infer what happened. But the inference is not the same as watching every movement of the saw. Split-brain research adds a more unusual example, though it belongs to a small and medically specific history. In some carefully studied patients whose cerebral hemispheres had been surgically separated as a treatment for severe epilepsy, one side of the brain could respond to information the speaking side did not receive. When asked to explain an action, the verbal system sometimes produced a plausible reason that did not match the actual trigger. Researchers have called this kind of process interpretation or confabulation, though the word can sound harsher than the behavior feels. The person is not trying to deceive. The mind is making sense with the materials available. Everyday life offers milder versions. Someone says they bought the expensive notebook because the paper was better. Perhaps it was. The cream-colored pages were thick. The binding lay flat. The cover had a pleasant cloth texture. But the brass display stand near the checkout, the quiet prestige of the brand name, and the shop assistant's approving nod may also have done some work. I have a soft spot for good paper myself, so I say this with sympathy. Reasons are sometimes true and incomplete at the same time. For consciousness studies, this matters because many theories depend, at least partly, on reports. A subject presses a key when a faint word becomes visible. Someone rates pain on a scale. A participant says whether a red patch was seen or guessed. These reports are valuable, but they are not transparent windows. They are actions made with language, memory, attention, expectation, and the wish to cooperate with the experimenter. A clipboard, a computer key, a grey response box, and a sentence like, "I think I saw it," are all part of the measurement. The quiet comfort is that perfect self-insight may not be required. We can know ourselves partially and still live carefully. A person can notice patterns, sharper temper before lunch, better judgment after a walk, more generous thoughts when the phone is face down on the table. These are modest observations, but they are not trivial. They are the sort of knowledge that fits on a kitchen notepad or in the margin of a calendar. So introspection remains both precious and limited. It is the inside report, the diary entry, the first-person evidence that no outside instrument can simply replace. But it is also edited, delayed, and sometimes overconfident. The mind is not a glass box placed under a clean museum light. It is more like a working desk, with receipts, keys, an uncapped pen, and one drawer that sticks. We can learn a great deal by looking there, as long as we do not pretend the desk explains the whole house. And from this partial inward view, the next question can widen again, toward consciousness, as something lived not only in thought, but through the body. This chapter focuses on consciousness and the body. In plain terms, this is the idea that awareness is shaped not only by the brain, but by the living body that breathes, balances, reaches, aches, warms, cools, and moves through space. It helps explain why experience does not feel like a picture projected inside the skull. It feels more like being located somewhere, with weight, posture, edges, habits, and a particular view from a particular height. A simple way to begin is with a hand resting on a desk, tracing a line across a palm-sized map. The paper has folds in it. The fingertip catches slightly on a crease. A pencil lies nearby, hexagonal, easy to roll until one flat side stops it. None of this is dramatic, but it is very revealing. To understand the map, the mind is not only reading shapes, it is using the hand, the eyes, the pressure of the fingertip, and a practiced sense of left and right. Embodied cognition is the broad family of ideas that takes this seriously. It suggests that thinking is not sealed away from the body, like a document in a locked drawer. Perception, memory, decision, and attention are often tied to action. We understand a cup partly as something that can be grasped by its handle. We understand a doorway partly as something the shoulders can pass through. We understand a chair partly through the knees, the hips, and the small expectation of sitting down. This does not mean the brain becomes unimportant. That would be a strange overcorrection, and not a very useful one. The brain is doing enormous work, but the work is often arranged around loops. Signals coming in from the body, predictions going out toward muscles, corrections returning through skin, joints, eyes, and inner ear. Input, process, output, adjustment, a very plain little circuit, repeated all day. Proprioception is one of the body's more underappreciated contributions. It is the sense of where your limbs are without having to look. With eyes closed, many people can touch a finger to the nose or know whether a foot is crossed over the other. This depends on receptors in muscles, tendons, and joints, sending information about stretch, angle, and pressure. The odd thing is that when proprioception works well, it almost disappears. Like a good hinge on a cabinet door, it does not call attention to itself. Movement also shapes awareness before we have time to describe it. Walking downstairs, the body makes small predictions about the next step. The ankle expects an angle. The knee expects a drop. The hand may hover near the wooden rail without a formal decision being announced in language. When a step is slightly lower than expected, consciousness can suddenly brighten around the mistake. The body was already thinking, in its own practical way, and the mind arrives with a little report. This is why the senses are not just channels carrying data inward. They are tied to action. Vision changes when the head turns. Touch changes when the fingers move. Hearing shifts when the body leans closer to a ticking clock, a kettle, or a loose window latch. A sound at the edge of awareness becomes clearer when the head tilts. In a desk study, even the scratch of graphite on paper depends on pressure, angle, paper grain, and the tiny muscles that keep the line steady. Phantom limb experiences are often used to show how deeply the body is mapped in awareness. Some people who have lost a limb report sensations that seem to come from the missing hand, foot, or arm. The details vary, and they should be described carefully, but the general lesson is striking. The brain's model of the body can remain active even when the physical limb is no longer there. A body in consciousness is not just a body as measured by a tape measure. It is also a pattern of expectation, memory, and control. That makes the body schema an important idea. A body schema is a working map the nervous system uses to guide movement. It is not a map like the one under the hand, with printed roads and a scale in the corner. It is more like a constantly revised set of practical assumptions. Where the arm is, how far the cup is, whether the floor is level, how much force is needed to lift a cloth bag full of books. What I find interesting is how ordinary this is. The mind spends much of its life doing logistics. If there is a future topic you want covered slowly, you can leave it below. Experiments with the rubber hand illusion give another small window into this. In a common version, a person's real hand is hidden, while a realistic rubber hand is placed in view. If both the hidden hand and the rubber hand are stroked in matching rhythms with small brushes, some people begin to feel as if the rubber hand is somehow theirs. The timing matters. The location matters. Vision and touch are being stitched together. When the stitching is convincing enough, ownership can shift, at least for a while. If this one is doing its job, you can keep it nearby for another restless night. Interoception adds another layer. This is the sensing of the body from within. Heartbeat, breath, fullness, temperature, tension, and other internal signals. These signals do not always enter awareness clearly. Often they arrive as a mood, a pressure, a readiness, or a vague sense that something needs attention. Antonio Damasio has been especially associated with the view that bodily feeling is deeply involved in emotion and selfhood. The claim is not that every thought is a stomach sensation. It is that consciousness may need a living bodily background to feel like it belongs to someone. The practical trade-off is that the body gives consciousness richness, but also bias. A hungry person may notice food signs more quickly. A tired hand may judge a jar lid as more stubborn than it is. A sore neck can make a chair, a book, or a long conversation feel different. This is not a failure of reason exactly. It is a reminder that reason is usually sitting in a body, wearing shoes, managing temperature, and occasionally wishing someone had designed better armrests. Embodiment also helps explain why tools can feel oddly incorporated into awareness. A blind person using a cane may come to feel the pavement, curb, or doorframe at the cane's tip, not merely in the hand. A violinist's bow, a carpenter's plane, a surgeon's instrument, or a cook's knife can become part of an extended field of skill. Wood grain under a plane, linen under a needle, onions under a blade. These are not abstract signals. They are sensed through trained contact. The philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty wrote about perception as something lived through the body, not merely observed by a detached mind. His language can become dense, as philosophers sometimes enjoy making a sturdy table into a fog bank. But the core point is useful. We do not first build an inner picture of the world and then decide how to inhabit it. We are already inhabiting it, reaching, turning, adjusting, and only sometimes pausing to explain what we are doing. This matters for theories of consciousness because it changes the shape of the question. Instead of asking only how neural activity becomes experience, embodied approaches ask how a brain, body, and environment form a working system. A person reading at a desk is not just a brain receiving black marks from a page. The page has distance and texture. The spine bends. The eyes make small jumps. The hand keeps the book open against the pull of the binding. Awareness emerges within that whole arrangement. Of course, this does not solve every mystery. It does not make subjective experience suddenly simple, nor does it prove that consciousness is located equally everywhere in the body. The evidence is more cautious than that, but it does make one idea harder to ignore. Consciousness is not well described as a floating spectator. It is more like a participant with posture. As this chapter settles, the body can be understood as more than a support structure for the mind. It is a source of orientation, feeling, timing, and practical meaning. The brain may do the central organizing, but the hands, skin, muscles, breath, and balance keep sending their reports. And from those reports, moment by moment, awareness gains its shape, its place, and its ordinary sense of being here. This chapter focuses on the unsolved mystery of consciousness. The unsolved mystery is the remaining gap between our best explanations of brain activity and the felt fact of having an experience. It persists because each theory handles part of the problem well, while leaving other pieces on the table. That gap gives science and philosophy a useful boundary, a place to test claims, revise tools, and admit what is not yet known. A good image for this chapter is a half-finished cardboard puzzle on a desk. Some sections are clear. A strip of blue sky, the corner of a window, the straight-edged pieces gathered in a neat little row. Other pieces sit face down, showing only grey paper backing and a few crumbs of torn fibre. The missing piece is not dramatic. It is just absent. And because it is absent, the whole picture keeps asking for attention. By this point, many theories have offered serious maps. Global workspace theories describe how information becomes widely available. Integrated information theory asks how strongly a system holds together as a unified whole. Higher-order theories look at awareness of one's own mental states. Recurrent processing theories study loops of activity returning through perceptual circuits. Each of these has earned its place at the desk. The odd thing is that a set of good maps can still leave the terrain partly unfamiliar. Part of the difficulty is practical. Consciousness does not sit in the brain like a brass gear inside a clock. A researcher cannot lift it out with tweezers, place it on a glass slide, and adjust the microscope focus. Instead, laboratories work with reports, button presses, eye movements, reaction times, EEG traces, fMRI images, lesion studies, anesthesia studies, and carefully controlled stimuli flashed for measured fractions of a second. The input is a task. The process is neural activity and behavior. The output is data. The limitation is that data must still be interpreted. A brain scanner, for example, gives a beautiful kind of indirectness. The fMRI machine measures changes related to blood oxygen, not thoughts themselves. Its bore is a hard white cylinder, its table narrow, its sounds famously mechanical, knocking, pulsing, thudding in repeated blocks. Researchers then use software, statistical thresholds, colored activation maps, and cautious labels. A patch of color on a scan may be important. It may also depend on choices about timing, smoothing, correction, and comparison. I find this practical messiness strangely reassuring. Real science often smells faintly of calibration. The same is true with EEG. A cap with small electrodes can record electrical patterns from the scalp, sometimes with conductive gel worked carefully through the hair. The signal is fast, but it is blurred by skull, skin, muscle, and movement. A blink can become an artifact. A jaw clench can spoil a trial. Someone in the lab has to label files, check impedance, clean the cap, and decide whether a messy segment stays or goes. Consciousness research is full of grand questions, but also cotton swabs, cables, spreadsheets, and slightly stubborn equipment. Then there is the problem of report. Many experiments ask a participant what they saw, heard, or felt. That seems simple until one notices how much work a report requires. A person must attend, remember, choose words, understand instructions, and press the correct key. If they say they saw nothing, did they lack experience, forget it, doubt it, or decide it was too faint to mention? A two-choice keyboard response can be tidy on paper and slippery in meaning. This is not a flaw in human beings. It is part of the material. Philosophy adds another kind of pressure. Even if a theory predicts behavior and brain activity very well, someone may still ask why those processes should feel like anything from the inside. That question is not always convenient. It interrupts neat diagrams. It makes a whiteboard look a little overconfident, but it has staying power because subjective experience is not an extra decoration on life. Pain, color, memory, effort, boredom, taste, and the sense of being here are not just entries in a dataset. They are the things the dataset is partly about. Debates continue because different researchers protect different intuitions. Some want a theory that stays close to measurable neural mechanisms. Others want a mathematical account broad enough to compare many possible systems. Some think language and self-reflection are central. Others suspect basic perceptual awareness appears before those higher layers. At conferences, this can become a polite choreography of badges, coffee urns, slide decks, and pointed questions asked into a handheld microphone. The tone may be formal, but the underlying issue is quite plain. What would count as an answer? New discoveries complicate matters in useful ways. Studies of attention show that attending to something and being conscious of it are related, but not identical. Research on vision suggests that activity can travel through early sensory areas without producing a clear, reportable experience. Sleep research shows that the sleeping brain is not simply turned off. Work with other animals presses on assumptions about language, behavior, and awareness. Artificial intelligence raises new comparison problems, though it does not settle them. Each discovery adds another piece, and sometimes changes the shape of the table. A modest theory has advantages. It can say, here is the mechanism I explain, here are the experiments I predict, and here is where I stop. That stopping point is not failure. It is a kind of intellectual manners. What makes this useful to remember is that uncertainty can prevent premature certainty from hardening into doctrine. Consciousness studies have seen confident claims before. Some lasted. Some were sanded down by new evidence. A good field needs ambition, but it also needs a wastebasket near the desk. The mystery endures partly because consciousness is both object and instrument. We use conscious experience to study conscious experience. That circularity is not fatal, but it is awkward, like trying to weigh a scale while standing on it. Instruments extend our reach, but interpretation still returns to minds reading numbers, comparing graphs, and deciding whether a result is meaningful. Even skepticism happens in awareness. The investigator is never completely outside the phenomenon being investigated. That is not mystical. It is just an honest description of the working conditions. There is also a comfort in an open question when it is handled carefully, not the comfort of giving up, and not the comfort of pretending mystery is an answer, more like the comfort of a well-kept notebook, with blank pages left at the back. The unknown is not empty. It organizes attention. It tells researchers where better experiments might be built, where old concepts may need repair, and where language is doing too much work. A missing puzzle piece can be irritating, but it also proves the picture is not finished. So the unsolved mystery is not a dark wall at the end of thought. It is more like a workbench with several useful tools laid out. Imaging machines, behavioral tasks, mathematical models, clinical observations, philosophical arguments, and ordinary human reports. None is sufficient alone. Together, they make the problem clearer, which is not the same as making it disappear. In the next turn, the question becomes less remote and more practical. What these theories change, if anything, about daily life, attention, responsibility, and the way we move through ordinary hours. This chapter focuses on everyday implications, Everyday implications are the ways theories of consciousness affect ordinary decisions about care, rights, technology, and one another. The problem they solve is not only academic, they give people language for situations where awareness is present, absent, uncertain, or difficult to read. They also remind us that daily life depends on small guesses about what other minds are experiencing. After the larger mystery of consciousness, the practical question becomes rather plain. What do we do with our uncertainty? On a desk, this might look like a to-do list beside a slowly ticking clock, with items like call the clinic, answer the email, charge the phone, pick up bread. Nothing grand. Yet under these small tasks sits a working assumption that a person can notice, remember, decide, and respond. Medicine is one place where these assumptions become formal. In a hospital room, awareness may be assessed with a clipboard, a pen, a bedside chart, a blood pressure cuff, and sometimes an EEG cap with small electrodes placed against the scalp. Clinicians may ask a patient to squeeze a hand, follow a finger with their eyes, or respond to a spoken instruction. The input is a voice or touch. The process is whatever the nervous system can still receive and organize. The output may be a movement, a blink, a change in brain activity, or no visible response at all. The difficult part is that no single signal is the same as consciousness itself. A person may fail to respond for many reasons: injury, medication, fatigue, hearing loss, confusion, or the limits of the test. This is where theories of consciousness become useful, not because they provide a magical answer, but because they sharpen the questions. Are we looking for reportable experience, integrated activity, recurrent processing, bodily regulation, or some other marker? The practical judgment, in my view, is that uncertainty should make care more careful, not more careless. Anesthesia gives another ordinary technical example. Before surgery, a team may check a wristband, an oxygen mask, a syringe label, a monitor screen, and a written plan. Anesthetics are used to alter wakefulness, memory, pain response, and movement, though these features do not always change in identical ways. A monitor may show heart rate, oxygen saturation, blood pressure, and sometimes patterns of brain activity. These are measurements around consciousness, not little windows into experience. The odd thing is that modern medicine can be extremely precise with stainless steel instruments and milliliter markings, while still facing a very old question: is someone aware? The machinery hums, the adhesive pads stick to the skin, the printed checklist is signed, and still the deepest fact remains partly indirect. That is not a failure of care. It is a reminder that the body gives evidence, and evidence must be interpreted. Questions of personhood and rights carry the same uncertainty into law and ethics. A court document, a hospital consent form, an advance directive, or a guardianship file is made of ordinary paper, toner, signatures, dates, and margins. Yet these documents can represent serious claims about who may decide, who must be protected, and what kind of interests a person has. Consciousness matters here because rights are often tied to experience. The capacity to feel, prefer, suffer, remember, communicate, or have a future that matters to oneself. No single theory can settle every moral question. That is probably for the best. Ethical life would be rather brittle if it depended on one diagram of the mind. Still, theories can help us notice what we are emphasizing. If we care most about self-report, we may privilege those who can speak clearly. If we care about sentience, we may look more closely at non-verbal beings. If we care about continuing identity, we may attend to memory, relationships, and the body's history. Each emphasis brings a useful lamp, and also a shadow at the edge of the table. Technology adds a newer version of the same issue. A laptop on a kitchen counter can now draft sentences, recognize faces, recommend songs, translate menus, and answer questions in a polished voice. A smart speaker may sit near a fruit bowl, waiting for a wake word while someone unloads the dishwasher. These systems can give the appearance of attention because they take input, process patterns, and produce output. The limitation is that performance is not the same thing as experience. This distinction is easy to state and hard to keep in mind. When a machine uses language smoothly, people naturally begin to treat it as if there is someone home. A customer service chatbot that apologizes after a delayed parcel may feel oddly considerate, even if the apology is generated by statistical patterns and design choices. I find this detail strangely revealing. We do not only detect minds, we also lend mind-like qualities to things that respond at the right tempo. The practical implication is not panic about machines, but care in design. Engineers, designers, and policymakers have to decide how systems should present themselves. Should a program say, "I understand," or "I found a likely answer"? Should a care robot use a human name, a neutral label, or a model number printed on a plastic casing? Small wording choices matter because they shape trust. A friendly interface can help someone use a tool, but it can also blur the line between assistance and companionship. Relationships bring consciousness back to the kitchen table. A missed text, a half-finished sentence, a grocery list with 2 kinds of apples, a pause before answering a question. Each becomes evidence in the everyday science of other people. We infer tiredness from a slow reply. We infer annoyance from a tightened jaw. We infer attention from eye contact, though eye contact itself varies by person, culture, habit, and circumstance. Most of the time, these inferences work well enough. Not perfectly, but well enough to share a house, run a meeting, teach a child, or sit with a friend who does not want much said. The mind is not visible, so we use behavior as its weather report. A coat left on the back of a chair, a mug gone cold beside a keyboard, a calendar with too many colored blocks. These do not prove an inner state. They suggest one. What makes this useful to remember is that awareness is often uneven. A person may be conscious, but distracted, present, but overloaded, listening, but unable to answer quickly. Theories of consciousness remind us, in a roundabout way, that attention has limits and access is selective. A conversation can fail, not because someone lacks care, but because the mental workspace is crowded with receipts, deadlines, body sensations, old worries, and the small arithmetic of the day. There is a modest kindness in designing life around that fact. Checklists exist because memory is fallible. Labels on medicine bottles exist because attention can slip. Meeting agendas, calendar alarms, traffic lights, train platform announcements, and oven timers are all little acknowledgements that consciousness is not a perfect beam. It flickers, narrows, widens, and misses things. My own preference is for systems that admit this without scolding us for being human. Even a simple clock beside a to-do list carries the theme. The clock divides the day into units. The list turns intention into visible marks. A pencil line through a completed task gives a small material record of awareness becoming action. Philosophers may debate subjective experience, and neuroscientists may compare theories with experiments, but the everyday result is often this. We try to make inner life legible enough to care for it. So the implications of consciousness do not only belong in laboratories, operating rooms, courtrooms, or design studios. They are folded into bedside questions, software buttons, consent forms, family habits, and the way one person waits for another to find the right words. The mystery remains, but it is not distant. It keeps company with the clock, the list, the phone, the chart, and the ordinary work of treating other minds as real. And from that practical edge, the subject can soften again, ready to return to its quieter beginning. This chapter focuses on a quiet return. A quiet return is why might it be restful to ponder consciousness again, another night. It existed because why unanswered questions can be companions. The useful thing is to understand the ordinary pressure underneath it before the details start to pile up. Now, a quiet return. In plain terms, a quiet return is the act of coming back from a large question without trying to close it too tightly. It gives the mind a place to set down its tools after examining awareness, thought, the body, and the strange fact of experience. It does not solve the problem for us, but it makes room for the problem to remain useful rather than merely unfinished. A closed notebook is a good object for this last part. Not a dramatic one, just a hard-bound notebook with a cloth cover, a pencil laid across it, perhaps one page corner slightly bent from being handled too many times. The page may contain a few names, a small diagram of arrows, a phrase like subjective experience, and then a line that trails off. This is often how difficult subjects actually live in ordinary life. They do not remain as polished arguments. They become half-legible notes, underlined words, and a question mark placed in the margin because the hand was tired. Consciousness is one of those subjects that resists a neat closing paragraph. That is not a failure of the conversation. If anything, it is part of its character. A solved riddle can be satisfying, but an unsolved question can be more companionable. It sits beside the ordinary day without demanding much. It is there while washing a glass, finding a key, hearing a kettle click off, or noticing that a familiar street looks different after rain. The question does not have to interrupt the task. It simply adds depth to it. What I find interesting is how small the doorway into the subject can be. A red mug on a desk, the pressure of a pencil against paper, the brief pause before remembering a name, a clock with a second hand moving in careful ticks. None of these details looks philosophical at first glance. They look like housekeeping, study, small maintenance, and yet each one depends on perception, Memory, attention, expectation, and the sense that all of this is happening to someone. That smallness matters. Large theories can make consciousness feel like a distant technical problem, locked away in imaging labs, philosophy departments, and conference rooms with dry biscuits on white plates. But the raw material is never far away. It is in the grain of a wooden chair arm beneath a resting hand. It is in the faint scratch of graphite. It is in the way a page full of ink becomes meaning without asking permission. The odd thing is that consciousness is both the subject under examination and the light by which the examination is done. That is a tidy inconvenience, and a very old one. A desk at the end of an evening has its own small order. A pair of reading glasses folded at a slight angle. A bookmark tucked into a chapter not quite finished. A ceramic cup with a thin ring of tea left at the bottom. A phone turned face down, not as a moral achievement, but because glass screens are a little too eager. These objects do not explain awareness. Still, they show the scale at which awareness usually appears, not as a thunderclap, but as adjustment. Choosing the next sentence, losing the thread, finding it again. Slow curiosity has value here because the subject punishes haste. Push too quickly, and consciousness becomes either a slogan or a diagram, pretending to be more complete than it is. Move more slowly, and the details begin to keep their proper size. Neural activity matters. Reports matter. Behavior matters. Inner experience matters too, even when it is difficult to measure with clean edges. My own preference is for theories that admit their tools are tools. A ruler is useful, but it does not become the table it measures. Unanswered questions can be good companions because they change how we notice. Not in a grand or sentimental way. More like a careful museum label beside an ordinary object. This brass hinge is worn because thousands of hands opened this case. Suddenly, the hinge has a history. Consciousness gives a similar label to the present moment. This sound is heard. This color is seen. This thought has appeared and may fade before it is written down. The label is simple, but the implication is large. Of course, not every question needs to be carried all the time. A person has dishes to put away, messages to answer, socks to match badly from the laundry basket. Philosophy should be allowed to step aside when the drawer is stuck or the bus is late. That practical limit is worth respecting. A question that cannot survive ordinary inconvenience is probably too fragile. Consciousness, however, survives very well. It is there in the inconvenience itself, in the small irritation, the decision to continue, the relief when the drawer finally opens. A quiet return also means returning without demanding that the next visit be identical to this one. Another night, the same topic may feel scientific. Another, it may feel almost literary. On a morning walk, it may appear as the simple fact of noticing frost on a car roof. In a library, it may arrive through the papery smell of an older book and the soft, mechanical thump of a date stamp at the circulation desk. The question changes its coat depending on where it meets us. This is one reason the study of consciousness remains so persistent. It belongs to laboratories and journals, yes, but also to kitchens, train seats, hospital waiting areas, classrooms and desks with uneven legs. It crosses those places because it is not only about what the brain does, it is also about the fact that anything appears at all. The bluish square of night at the window, the cotton seam of a sleeve, the remembered face, the unfinished sentence. That range is inconvenient for tidy explanation. It is also what makes the subject worth returning to. If the mind is restless on some other evening, this question can be taken up again without urgency, not as a task to complete, but as a familiar book reopened to a marked page. The pencil may still be there. The page may still have its crooked underline. Perhaps the best use of such a topic is not to conquer it, but to keep it near enough that ordinary perception becomes a little less automatic. And so the notebook can close. The pencil can rest in the shallow groove beside the binding. Outside the window, the night need not be symbolic. It can simply be night, with a dark pane, a faint reflection, and the steady fact of things continuing without announcement. Consciousness remains unfinished, but not empty. It is a question with fingerprints on it, handled by scientists, philosophers, physicians, engineers, artists, and anyone who has ever paused over the strange plainness of being aware. For now, that is enough. The subject can wait without losing its shape. It will be there in the next perception, the next thought, the next small return to the world. And as we reflect on these ideas, we find ourselves once again at the beginning, ready to softly revisit the gentle mysteries of consciousness.